Good evening, chatters. It's time. Finally. There has been a man, a fella who's been very angry at me on the internet lately. And so we're gonna have a debate with him, which is pretty exciting. I hope everyone's doing well tonight. I hope everyone's doing good. I'm excited. I went into this not really knowing what to expect, because I don't know this guy. I only just like found out about him like a couple weeks ago. Like I knew he existed, but like only in like the Twitter sense, and I didn't realize what else he like did. But I figured out a lot. Base dev, okay. Look, I support your right to disagree with me in chat, okay? Just don't be disrespectful, okay? You can be a little disrespectful, just don't overdo it. But yeah, it should be fun. So he seems very angry, which is kind of surprising. You'll be nice, thank you, Brett. I appreciate it. But he seems very I don't know. He seemed very angry with me because one of the things like I noticed because I watched his videos, right? He makes like quite an effort to appear like calm and reasonable and all that shit. Hi Sender, how you doing? And yet then like he's like that most of the time on videos, but then as soon as it comes to streams, not streams, sorry, to Twitter, he seems to be like so angry and terrible. I need to find my water. Hold on, give me just a sec. I need to fill it up. 1 second. All right. But yeah, keep an open mind. I respect you both. I appreciate that, Bon. Yeah, no, look, looking at his stuff, I had the impression that he wasn't that stupid, right? Like he'll say a stupid thing every now and then, but he generally seems to have like a degree of like critical thinking abilities and all that. But yeah, as I said, we can take a look at this right now. Oh boy, that's not quite right. Let's get rid of the stimuli here. We can take a look right now. But this guy has like a he keeps a watchful eye on what I get up to on the internet, it seems. Hold on, let me show you. Wait a minute, I think I'm up here somewhere. Yeah, here we are. Here's him, actually let me switch over which screen this is on so you can see that better. Awoosh. Awoosh. Alright. Okay. Cool. But anyway, so I tweeted out this tweet. Actually, no, he made. So I tweeted out the announcement for the stream, right? And then he fucking and I make this little thumbnail. Okay, I just whip something up. I don't think about it too much. Just something I made in like 10 minutes because I want to get it done. And it's him saying, "Let me say it," and me saying no. And then he screenshotted that because I blocked him because I don't like when he fucking comes and gives me shit. And so he screenshotted, said, "It's not about who will let me, it's about who will stop me," which is like maybe the most larpy way to talk about like a fucking debate disagreement that you're gonna have. Like, I don't know, like that seems like giga cringe, and he's posturing really hard. Yeah, but yeah, I made fun of him for making that post within 41 seconds of my tweet going up. And so he tweeted out this in response to me bullying him. He said, "The difference between us is that you are engaging with me from behind your own block." And he said above that, "I got lucky. This one's 16 minutes. I don't just camp your page 24/7. So he only camps my page every like 30 minutes or something. Probably less than that. But yeah, so it's pretty wild, and he's being very angry, which is kind of unfortunate because I was hoping to go in with the pretty amicable strategy. Because I think this guy has the capacity to be to approach things smartly, but I don't know. But I've got some great information. Okay, I've got some great facts, so I will just be laying everything out for him, and then he can just tell us how much he's actually gonna listen to that and yeah, see how he takes it. Glad to be able to tune into this. Don't normally catch too many streams, but seeing this brainlet get demolished is going to be good. Fuck yeah, dude. Nice to have you. Thank you for being here. I have a feeling that this debate is just going to be him saying how he shouldn't face criticism for making bad points or terrible opinions rather than free speech. Yeah. No, that's why I'm going to be very clear to kind of pin him down on arguments. So that should be interesting. But I'm gonna make sure to be very careful, because he strikes me as somebody who would try and be very slimy if possible. To quote Crescent Sunday, this is gonna suck so bad. Yeah, it's okay though. I mean, look, talking about this from like a clout perspective, dude. The fact that there's some fucking YouTuber who got angry at me, who's like literally several hundred times my size when it comes to like YouTube shit. He's well read and an arch liberal centrist. Yeah, I can tell. Liberal centrist, but very, very permissive of fashy types, which usually seems to be what centrism boils down to, right? But we'll see. My prediction is that he's probably going to be right, but you're probably going to be better at the debate. He's not that good at debating. Oh, that's promising. Coming from a dev fan? Okay, thank you. That's reassuring. Yeah, I can't tell how he'd be with the debate, because I had a look at a couple of them, and it seemed like with most of the ones I could find, they didn't seem like very there wasn't much conflict. It felt like very amicable. But with me, he seems so angry, so I can't imagine. I can't really see how it's gonna go. I am curious though. It will be very interesting. But him trying to launch some like angry, intimidating tweets is very silly. I don't think you should go to jail for saying the N-word, but you should be made fun of mercilessly. Yeah, no, don't worry. I'm not going to say that people should go to jail for saying the N-word unless it's like in the context of like harassment. And it's like necessary to do it in order to prevent it from keeping on happening. What I'm primarily going to be talking about when it comes to shit you shouldn't be saying is medical disinformation and conspiracy theories, especially those about minorities. When is the debate starting? The debate is starting in 22 minutes if all goes to plan, which I'm hoping, but we'll be hopping into VC in 12 minutes and then we'll probably set up. I'll be honest, it's SFO. I don't think there's any reasonable talk to be had. I disagree with that. I think we'll maybe get somewhere. I don't know though, because I as I said, I watched a lot of his videos. From them I got the impression that he's reasonable. From Twitter I get the impression that he's insane. I really can't say. My prediction is that you're a kid with no life experience whose world view boils down to, why won't people just give me stuff? Okay. Interesting take. We'll keep you here, okay? We'll keep you here for now. I'm curious to see where your opinions go, mate. Not so much pro-fash as anti-auth. He hates commies as much as fascism. Well, if he hates commies as much as fascism, then he should be willing to put in like the boundaries in place to make sure that like commies don't go and do insane, stupid shit and like, you know, I don't know, fucking murder someone or something, you know? Pretty sure you're projecting this anger, bud. No, really. Have you seen his tweets? Like, his tweets are, like, dripping in, like, rage, you know? Like, I swear to God. And it's also funny, because I didn't even, like, notice that he tweeted about me for the longest time. There's also one bit in one of his latest videos where, like, he talks about people, like, blocking him. He talks about, like, annoying internet socialists blocking him or something. It's very funny. Very funny. He's a deontologist type. He believes in free speech absolutism. Yeah, I mean, it's just a really stupid position, so it should be, like, pretty easy to beat, right? You gonna make some tea? Fuck yeah, dude. Go ahead. Dev is Karl Marx's #1 fan. It feels like it. I swear to God. I also... I found some shit about Dev from a couple years ago, which would be pretty funny to bring up, but I think that might be unfair. Maybe I'll show you folks after we're done. Maybe I'll show you folks after we're done, but there's some interesting stuff there. Have you ever thought that any degree of rules is essentially Hitler? Very true, very true, very true, PL. Thank you. Wait, Manbot? Manbot 64? Then don't bring it up. What are you talking about, mate? What's going on? I had an interaction with SFO once on Twitter. He just started cursing and typing in all caps in response. It was funny. Oh no. I don't recommend bringing up old rumors that you can't fact check. Yeah. No, I mean, rumors aside, there's a video he made which is just optically terrible. I haven't looked at the video yet though, so I don't want to like publicly shit on it just yet, because that would be disingenuous. So I want to look at it first. But yeah, there's some shit there. Should be fun. Yeah, I've got like fucking 9 pages of information. So I don't think he's gonna be beating me in that department. And it should be pretty interesting. He's terrible with optics because he doesn't care much about them. Yeah, that's what I'm banking on. That's pretty much like my prediction for how he's gonna be. Is that he's gonna be very straightforward. He's gonna be very proudly reactionary. And therefore I can basically just like make him say a bunch of really stupid shit and then be like, oh, okay. I mean, if you think that, that's okay. I don't have to convince you otherwise, you know? I think that would be a pretty good look. Half boring, half you're a pedo. He QRT'd you mostly milquetoast and it caused a horde of people coming at you. Ah, yikes. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this guy seems, he spoke before about how he thinks that, valid L's should be, left alone because he thinks they're, like, funny or something. Which is, like, a fucking insane thing to say, given how valid L's, like, literally only exist to be a stochastic terrorist. What do I mean by reactionary? I mean that Dev is somebody who, like, came up from the Gamergate era, and that he did function by like feeding into reactionary politics. I think he's less so now. He strikes me as more pragmatic now, but looking at his older stuff, he seemed more reactionary. And I think there are still like plenty of reactionary traits he still possesses. I don't think he's purely that though. Oi oi, easy, how you doing? Dev tends to be a lot more confrontational and fuck you on Twitter. Fuck you, I'm right on Twitter. He's always in fights with more right-wing fan base all the time. Yeah, no, I get that. I'm really curious to see how he'll be in a call though, you know, because people tend to be different. If you're talking face to face and you get like a direct reaction out of people, then they will tend to be more measured and careful. So I'm very curious if he keeps it up. No, what does a reactionary itself mean to you, not being snarky? A reactionary, in my belief, is somebody who bases most of their political beliefs off their prejudiced reactions and their immediate upset, and they base things off that, thus being reactionary. And yeah, that's like the groundwork for most of their politics. An account that tells people the vaccine causes autism and are used to plant chips in the arms of receivers gets suspended and people cry for some reason. Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. Or like when you think about how vaccine misinformation about being like, hey, just take bleach. Take bleach is like a big one that got recommended to a bunch of people, right? Should there be the free speech to tell people to take bleach? Is that really a good idea? Should we really be wanting to do that and allow that? From his streams, he tends to be more chill in calls until he gets interrupted. Yeah, I heard that he likes to maybe try and steamroll, so I might have to interrupt him a couple times to prevent that from happening. So far, all you're saying is wrong think and optics means I win. Yes, if you think wrong and you have shitty optics, I will win. Yes, that's correct. I mean, if he's like literally incorrect, which he is, right? Free speech absolutism is a stupid, stupid position to hold. It's very hard to defend for that reason. Then yeah, you are probably going to lose because it's just like incorrect, right? I mean, we can, if we're going off like things that aren't basing on like facts and consequences, then maybe he would be correct. But I'm a consequentialist. I believe in empirics. I like materialism. Okay, that's what I care about. I don't care about his silly little absolutist rules that he wants to stick with for no real reason. Yeah. Should be fun. Exciting. Let's see. Okay, nothing yet. Wrongthink is not the same as being incorrect. You clearly haven't grasped this concept. Wrongthink is just what you refer to when there's like something some value which is then publicly being viewed as like shitty and like people being like, oh, the government's making you like think it's bad. They're saying it's wrongthink. I know what wrongthink is. But you saying what I believe is wrongthink is wrongthink. If you're saying the things that I'm saying are me presenting wrongthink, then you are wrong. You're thinking wrong. You see? You get it? You keeping up? All that matters in who wins the debate is who looks better to the audience. Yes, that is how it works pretty much. Given that Wick's channel seems severe right libertarian-ish or whatever the fuck, I don't know how his viewers are going to react to it, but I think for me and the normal people involved who have more measured politics, that will be pretty interesting. Wrongthink is when I read 1984 in high school a decade ago and I haven't since. Based? Yeah, it's real. Me too. I think I'm somewhere between you two then. I think that you should be able to say whatever you want, but social media shouldn't be entitled to give you a platform, kind of summed up kind of poorly. Okay, that's understandable. I disagree with you. I'll make it clear why more later though. It'll be pretty clear. I recommend you don't advocate for the government limiting free speech too much, but instead culturally pushing back on misinfo or stuff like fact checks on YouTube videos and tweets, etc. Yeah, we'll see. I am gonna be limiting it to what's logical and like actually applicable and functional. As much as I can. I'm not gonna be just being like, every time you say anything bad, the government comes and kills your family, you know? I'm saying that if there's things like misinformation, they should be taken down, so it's not like it can't hurt anybody. If there's like fucking like planned disinformation which is created to be you know, harmful or whatever, I think that should warrant a punishment after you know, enough times. Yeah, like there are limits to this, you know. And like one of the main things that I have is like people who like focus their online existence or their existence generally just solely on being destructive and destroying the like fucking making it impossible for one group to interact with other people. Like if we have like an account like ValidEls, for instance, which is constantly reducing trans people's existence to like you know, some sick perverted thing or whatever, that makes it impossible for them to partake in the discourse. And therefore, in order for us to be able to like maintain free speech, we do need to have like some limitations on things like dehumanization and you know, actively planned ostracization, which like only focuses on like spreading false information or misleading information about a group. Who decides what is misinformation? I guess like government fact checkers and official bodies put out misinformation all the time. Probably less than people on the internet. ValidEls is right. Watch it, okay? If you say any transphobic shit, you're gonna get banned from my chat. When you say ValidEls, do you mean all those accounts or a certain one? I mean the ValidEls account. I mean the one. But the other accounts serve to to the same like purpose, right? Oh. Okay. Oh. We're in. Trying to fix my... Wait a minute. There we are.
Hello, hello.
Hello, how are you doing?
Doing well. Can you say a few things without stopping?
Speaking, talking, speaking, saying things, speaking words, saying them so well. Big words, long words, massive words, huge words, complex words, really talking.
Got you. I think
Yeah?
we're good.
Okay. Great.
I think we'll find out. I'm not the most audio savvy of gentlemen, but
Mm-hmm.
we'll see. And now your camera.
Yeah. I need to quickly turn off my stream cam. Hold on, let me fix that. Okay. All right. There we are.
Is it? Because it's not working
No,
on this end?
no. I'm finding it in my fucking Streamlabs. I've lost it. Don't worry, I'm a professional. Give me a second. There we are. Okay. And Skadoosh, what's up? How we doing?
Ta-da! Magic! Boom! Alakazam, Alakazee. Okay, let me make sure. Kick chat's magic because I didn't acknowledge that.
Oh no.
I need another monitor.
Are they
I have
getting needy?
YouTube chat on one side, I have Twitch chat on one side, and the Kick chat because I only get like 5 viewers on Kick, right? Normally.
You're not being racist enough.
You know what? Slurs. That's what I need more of.
That's what Kick's for, isn't it?
In my stream. So, yeah.
That's SFO's advocating for that, so maybe he'll bust one out
when he gets here. What he's advocating for, I will not put words in any of your mouths. I will let you say your positions and argue them thusly. He should be here in about 5 minutes. So.
Wow.
No.
Is he big timing us right now?
Before start time, and that.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Actually. Yeah, I don't want to be sitting here uncomfortably staring at him for too long. Okay.
I'm not gonna lie, I was worried you guys were gonna ruin this for me with your argument on Twitter.
Your opportunity to get
before. Like
viewers.
People have agreed to hash it out on my stream, and then they get so acidic at each other in a group chat.
I told him to stop. I told him to stop. I told him to stop a while ago. I asked nicely. I was like, "Hey, man, can we not wait until the debate?" And he kept on posting about me.
He'll be here. You'll be here. So I don't care anymore. You guys both made it.
Right.
I'm good. Okay, let's see.
All right, I'm gonna just mute myself till anything happens so I can talk to my chat. All right, what's good, folks? We're gonna look at me for a bit because I feel awkward doing that with him there. Holy shit! Holy shit! I thought Wick's voice would be deeper. First time I'm hearing it. It's okay. It's just, you know, a voice. What am I gonna do? I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win, folks. That's what it's all about. Should be a good time, no? We are vibing. I'm vibing. I'm chilling, honestly. I'm feeling pretty comfortable, pretty confident, especially after all the shit he said. I don't really see a way that I could particularly lose this. Oh yeah, let me fix my my little shit down here actually. Oh, that's not right. We don't want to do that. How about this? Okay, we do that. We do this. All right, look at that, folks. Look at that stream. That's professional. It's some professional work right there. Okay, Pog. We done did it. Oh, this is a full screen capture. There we are. That's more like it, folks. Perfect. Okay, wait, let me pull this over fully. I kind of want a hot water bottle. I have a little tummy ache, but it's okay. I'm a soldier. I'm a warrior. We make some sacrifices. Max is gonna get tagged. That's what he's gonna do. Yeah, real. I don't think there is a world in which you'd ever acknowledge that you've lost. I mean, it depends. You know, if he like totally shits on me, then I'll admit it. You know, I won't be that cucked. But I doubt that's gonna happen. He doesn't lose, real. I don't think I've lost. I don't think I've really lost a debate like on stream yet. I've had like little ones where I like kind of ate shit at the start and then did fine like later. But I generally do pretty well. Do you know if Dev's gonna stream it too? I'm still gonna stick here since you're the smaller guy. Oh, that's sweet of you. Thank you very much. I don't know if Dev's gonna stream it, because on the one hand, I don't know why he would. You know, I'm a very small content creator, especially relative to him. I'm very insignificant. Most of his channel doesn't know who I am. They don't care. I'd be surprised if we made a thing out of it, you know? Making steaks, you got this? Fuck yeah. I'm just gonna grab some water real quick, okay? Don't you fucking dare tell me that this is a, Karl Max live reaction, whatever the meme is, okay? Or else I'm gonna get so pissed. Okay, hold on, give me a second, I'm gonna water. What? Oh, you fuckers. You fuckers. That's it. I'm pissed.
He'll be here in a minute.
Ah, based. Awesome. Okay. If it streams and it goes bad, it can
backfire. You know how this works, right? I guess I should wait till he gets here to kind of give you the spiel. I don't want to repeat myself. Yeah. But it feels weird just sitting here, just watching.
I mean, you can tell it to me and then you can repeat yourself in a second if you want. True. If it makes you comfy, go ahead.
Real simple. I'm going to stay out of it as much as possible, but I will interrupt in a couple instances. I will interrupt in a couple instances. One of those instances is if I don't understand what you're saying, then I will ask for clarification. Because if I don't understand what you're saying, then odds are my audience doesn't understand what you're saying.
For sure.
And so, again...
Keep it unbiased, though, is all I'm saying, you know?
Say one more time?
Keep it unbiased, if you can avoid it.
As much as I can. But I am biased in this, just FYI. Like, I do have a bias here.
It's your job to try and hold it back. Oh, he's in the backstage.
Yeah. Hello. You're muted on
hello?
Sir.
Hello.
Okay,
what's up?
Great. Can you keep just so I can equalize audios here for a minute?
Wait, what did you say?
To Otaku here, to Dev. Can you just keep talking a little bit so I can equalize your audio on my end?
Sure. You can just call me Dev, by the way. That's the name.
Got you. Just say a few things, just...
Oh, sorry. I thought that was enough.
No,
well,
it's not.
How's it going, Wick? What's up?
So far, so good, but we haven't started the stream yet, so there's still plenty of time for things to go wrong.
You didn't know how to make like pre-made streams beforehand.
I did not. But we are. Look, my ignorance is vast.
Wait, pre-made streams in what sense? What are you referring to?
In YouTube, you can.
On YouTube. You make a stream room before the stream starts by scheduling it.
Oh yeah. I do that. It's nice. Get everyone waiting.
I've seen people do it. I just have never. I did it once. My editor at the time did it for me, but that was for the first time I had Destiny on. It went well, but it is what it is. Okay, so we're gonna go live. As I was telling Max here, I'm going to stay out of it as much as possible. I will interrupt in 2 instances. One, if I don't understand what you're saying, I will ask for clarification, because if I don't understand what you're saying, odds are my audience doesn't understand what you're saying either. So it would just help for conversation and for us to have some clarity there.
No camera for Dev?
Also, if you both
Nope, no
scream and
camera.
yell at each other, I will mute you both and get some one at a time going here. Some back and forth is great, right? That's good for content and things like that. But if it becomes overwhelming, I'll step in and squash that. All good? Any questions?
I think that's fine. I just want to get your stream wick so I can advertise it. I'm not streaming right now, so
Okay.
once
I
you've
am
started,
now streaming on YouTube as well, and I'm streaming on Twitch and TikTok. So we're all good.
Give me a second then, because I'll check out your channel, I'll grab the link, and I'll put it in my Discord.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Yeah, no problem.
And with that, I'll just go live and do my intro, and then we'll get started. Good. I'll introduce the topic. I'll introduce both of you, and we'll get into it.
Sounds good.
Actually, wait a second before you do that.
Oh, no.
Is your name? Hold on. Is your name actually Karl Max?
Yeah, that's my real name, dude. No, you can call me Max.
No.
Nah, it's okay.
Max.
Max. That's my real first name.
Right.
All good. Cool. Excellent. Wonderful. Gang, welcome one and all to yet another episode of WIC TV, a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. And today we have a show for you. Dev is going to be debating Karl Marx on free speech, primarily. There will be other topics that might get snuck in there here and there, but the primary topic will be free speech. What should be the limits of free speech? Under what circumstances, if any, should we take away someone's right to speak? These questions and more, and we'll get into it as we go. But first, I want to give a chance for my guests to introduce themselves. Tell me who you are, tell my audience who you are, and tell, just a kind of an intro to the topic at hand, your introductory thoughts. And we're going to start with Karl Marx. Go ahead. What you got?
So, I think that for free speech to be protected and for freedom to be protected, generally, you need to enact some limitations on that. And we know this as well. We know it's very clear what kind of speech can lead to, actual violence outside of just that speech. What kind of thing is dangerous? We know that there's plenty of fucking possible misinformation and that kind of thing, which would be covered by your absolute free speech stance, which would end up, potentially harming people. And there's quite a lot of reasons, there's thousands and thousands of reasons why absolute free speech would actually be an awful, terrible idea. That's all. And I'm Max. I'm Karl Max. You might know from Twitter. I also stream. What's up?
Well, thanks for being here. Really appreciate it. Looking forward to see how you do. Dev, please.
Well, my name's Dev. The only reason I have a name like ShortFatOtaku is because I started this channel when I was much younger, doing anime content with my friends back in my hometown. It just hung on. It doesn't. I mean, I still like anime. It doesn't really describe me anymore, though. I'm still short and fat, though. That's for sure.
I was gonna ask. You get taller.
I don't know why you're under the impression. Sorry, no. I'm 5'7". That's just how it is. I'm just a short guy.
It.
That's it. I don't know why you think I'm a free speech absolutist. When did I say that?
On Twitter, we talked about this. I said, I don't know. You said something about free speech. I said that it was silly, and then you said that people should be able to Hitler salute up and down the road as if they want, as long as they're not engaging in any actionable threats.
Yes, but that's not free speech absolutism.
I mean, it almost is, right? I mean, free speech absolutism, minus this one stipulation, but that's your only one that you mentioned.
So I decided to look it up. So the only time I've ever said the word absolutist on this Twitter account, I've had many Twitter accounts, but on this one, there was some lefty who was saying something about talk to these free speech absolutist guys and see if they'll make jokes about the January 6th protesters. And I was like, yes, I will. Ashley Babbitt off more than she could chew. So it's like I decided to pull up all the tweets that you're talking about from that conversation. So,
Mhm.
it was something about was it the 16-year-old trans girl who was she stabbed or did she kill herself? I forget the story.
She was murdered by
In
two
the UK, she was
guys, I
murdered. Yeah.
believe. Two boys, yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, and Valid Els was making fun of this tragic event,
Right?
and I basically said, as terrible as that is, it's still edgy, dark comedy. It's not to my taste personally,
Mhm.
but like, should they be censored for that? Should that be illegal? No, I don't think so. And then Dreamleaf, because Dreamleaf hates me, said something about it. And then I said, yes, free speech, even for people like Valid Els, continue to cry about it in your hug box. And that's kind of what kicked this
Right.
off.
Can we
I
talk
said,
about that?
shitting on a trans teen being killed, as utterly distasteful as it is still free speech. I will defend a fascist insofar as doing so aligns with liberal values, like defending their right to free speech, just as I would for any other type of politics that is also morally repugnant.
Mhm.
So this isn't a free speech absolutist stance, because I mean there are definitely actual threats, obviously, because now you're going to go out and hurt someone. But yeah, if you're going to goose step up and down the road as part of your fascist protest against the neoliberal world order or some shit, go ahead. As long as you're not hurting anybody, I'm fine with it. No,
I mean,
I'm not fine with it. I don't like it, but like you know what I mean. It's free speech.
Okay. Max,
isn't
go
it
ahead.
impeding on the other residents' freedom who live there and might be, Jewish or something? Like, if there's somebody out there who's basically saying, "Hi, I believe in this ideology, which caused, which caused the population of like your ancestors to go down like I don't know, fucking 50% or something." Is that not like a threat in itself in a way?
No. It's not.
House. Okay. Then what do you think it implies
Well,
when
you don't
somebody
have- you-
is
you
shown that
don't
they
have-
support Nazism?
It shows they support Nazism. I mean,
And what
they
is
might also
Nazism?
want to exterminate the Jews. Yeah, sure. They might also want to exterminate the Jews, obviously. I'm pretty sure Nick Fuentes, if you asked him, if you got him to actually say the truth, he might say he wanted to exterminate the Jews. But the point is that until it gets to actual violence, no, it's still speech. Like you don't have the right to move through life, unbothered by things happening around you, especially in the public square. No.
Mm-hmm. What if this sort of speech, I mean, I think, yeah, you can have speech which functions within like the marketplace of ideas, but when we come to speech like, what you hear from your average racist thread on 4chan, which basically boils down to people being like, these aren't people, they are trying to like take over, they're trying to kill us. That in itself, the like total devaluation of this group, making them like basically unable to have any real human agency, I think is more detrimental to free speech than like stopping this kind of speech actually is.
Why?
Why? Why do I think that's more detrimental to free speech?
Yes.
Because it creates bubbles of people who cannot interact with the members of these groups. And then therefore it like ends up denigrating their value, their rights, and it removes their political power over time.
I don't think that tracks. Just because one group of people might hate another group of people doesn't mean that other group, and it's only hatred, it's only speech. I don't think that disenfranchises.
It's not only speech though; it leads to more. Like when we think about how many.
When it leads to more, we can then. When it leads to more, we can then take action on that. If it's just speech, it's just speech.
Well, yeah, but speech is going to lead to something, right? Speech isn't just like it isn't just sounds; it's a communication. If you're communicating ideas which are going to end up being dangerous and can like if they get executed, they are going to cause a lot more harm than like the existence of the ideas like cause any good. Then why would you want to allow for that? Why would you want to like risk that? Because what benefit is it really bringing to allow people to say all N-words should die?
You're in like the paradox of tolerance kind of thing. That's what we're talking about here, basically.
Yeah, I mean, we can speak about it like that, but like for one, but mainly my thing is that I want to look out for most is avoiding radicalization, and I think this sort of speech being permitted is what like causes that. So yeah, in a way, yeah. If you're allowing that kind of thing to exist and you're allowing it to be accessible to people in not a very difficult way, you will end up having way more people who are radical and like unreachable as well by way of how these sorts of groups function.
If I may ask, just
yeah,
for my
what's up?
clarification, what do you mean by allow?
What, like allow? I mean that you allow it to be hosted on the like publicly accessible internet.
Sorry, my own feed cut out there a bit. I have
Oh,
to
and
ask
also thank you for the $100. You're a
Oh,
hero.
What the fuck? Send me
Dugum
$100.
hacks. Really appreciate you. Thank you.
yeah. That's kind of a funny super chat, but okay. But anyway, no, I'm sorry. My own feed cut out like halfway through what you said there. You have to say it again. I'm sorry.
Oh shit! Wait, can you repeat the question for me?
What do you mean by allow?
Oh wait,
It
Dev,
was
did
just
you hear
before
before that?
you said that. I heard like a bit before that, but not all of it. I'm sorry.
Wait, what was I saying before that then?
Well, I brought up Karl Popper's paradox of tolerance and asked if that's what you were talking about.
Yes, yeah, I said that like the availability of this sort of like behavior and like the way that it is just presently there on a lot of online spaces, especially talking about things like Facebook, for example, like 4chan, like Twitter, it will often be pushed upon you, especially if you're a member of a certain demographic they think might be like more vulnerable to that kind of thing. Because this is how algorithms work, right? They're going to feed you like the shit you're going to be most like sensitive to and most vulnerable to. And therefore it ends up like leading to this kind of cycle of discrimination where like this like group of people is kind of indoctrinated into this sort of viewpoint by way of it existing and by way of it being something that's inflammatory and you know easily accessible, and is like pushed upon these sorts of people.
Okay, I guess my two questions are, the first one you said availability of behavior, but I mean, we're not talking about behavior, we're talking about speech, right? Nothing real world is happening yet.
What do you mean? I mean, it's both.
So here, let me put it this way. So like, if someone is being ridiculously racist on 4chan and then does nothing in real life, should they somehow be stopped? Like, should they be censored by the government? Should the website censor them? Should it be illegal?
Yeah,
should they be charged, go to
post
prison? Like, what's the limit
if
here?
they're being ridiculously racist on 4chan and they're promoting basically dehumanizing and you know what could then by extension eventually be like genocidal ideas, I do think that it is fair to censor them. But I think they shouldn't be like punished or anything unless they have actually like caused palpable harm past just being like a shithead online. But I do think that this kind of speech should be, you know, taken down so people don't just like see it and it's not just commonplace.
By the government, to be clear?
By
the government. To be clear.
Taken down by the government?
Take down these things.
Yeah, I mean, I think the government should make social media companies regulate that.
Okay, so it's not that the owner of 4chan should be left up to, let's say, police this speech, because if he doesn't want to, he doesn't want to, right? The government should step in and make it happen, basically.
Yeah, I think there should be set rules for how we what kind of speech is allowed, especially because some of it can get very violent. And there is a huge link between like these sorts of like esoteric online like hate groups and terrorism, right? Are you aware of how like strong that link is?
Yes. I guess my second question was that you said algorithms feed to the most vulnerable. I'm not sure that's how algorithms work. That's not really that big of a deal. That's not like.
Well, I mean, if you're a part of a certain demographic, like if you're a young male, a young white male or whatever, you're probably going to be a lot more likely to receive a recommendation for, you know, Jordan B. Peterson than like a, you know, an older woman might be. You know, that's what I'm saying.
Well, sure, but I mean, are young white males the most vulnerable?
I mean, I think young white males are pretty vulnerable. Wrong? I don't really know what you're trying to what you're trying to say.
See, I just didn't understand what you said when you mentioned the algorithm part. So I'm just asking what's going on here.
The algorithm will feed you content they know that people from your demographic like, right? If people from your demographic are like susceptible to, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No. I get it. I thought you were saying something else with that. Sorry, that was my bad.
No worries.
Okay. I guess the question is, it then has to be, you know, who gets to decide what is censorable and what isn't, and why is that the standard and not any other standard? So, because just to be clear, I mean, from what I understand of you, you are a market socialist, right?
That's right.
Yeah. Are you a market socialist because you believe it to be a realistic stepping stone to something that's more radical, or is that your actual end state of politics?
That it really depends for me because I care most about maximizing happiness. And if people were happiest under market socialism and they didn't want anything else, which I think might be the case for a lot of people, given how like consumerism and markets themselves have kind of integrated themselves into our culture. So if we went to that point and people were happy, then I would be fine with staying there. I mean, I don't really care. I just want, I want to increase the greater good.
Right. No, the reason I ask is because last time I spoke to Merrick, she said that she was a market socialist, but only as a way to like boil the frog on bringing in actual communism. And it's like, well, I'm not sure if that would even work, but those are two.
I don't think most people want communism. That's why I don't say I'm a communist. Like, I think most people want socialism. I think they don't know it.
I don't know about that, dude. I don't know about that.
No, I do. I think that's accurate. Do you think people want capitalism?
Yes.
Really? What about people? Yes. I mean, okay. Why do you think they want it?
Because I think all of the material conditions of the proletariat can be alleviated through various social programs.
Marxist speak, right? Holy shit.
Yes. I was a Marxist when I was your age, in fact. I'm in my 30s now, but when I was 19, I was a young Marxist.
I hear this shit a lot. I don't know what happens. Is there like a brain damage rock that goes around and gets Marxist? You grew up. Well, wait, what views changed though? Because every time I see you talking about socialism or Marxism or something, you seem to be, it feels like you miss on your interpretation of it. Like I see you often, I've seen you say before that like socialists are actually tankies in disguise in a way. Is that me? Okay. What makes you say that?
I'm now going to insult every single anarchist on the left and on the right. It's because
you can insult anarchists, okay? I'm not going to stop you there, okay? I'll shit on an anarchist.
Basically, like you have the anarcho-communists. They think if you abolish the state, everyone's going to live in some sort of classless, stateless, moneyless society. That's not going to work. You have the anarcho-capitalists. If you abolish the state, everyone's going to be like these individual homesteaders that are all going to live on their little plots of land. That's not going to work. Anarchism is probably the single dumbest political theory I've ever read in my entire life.
I mean, anarchism, I believe, is more a set of vibes. I don't know.
Listen, socialism, because it requires some sort of like centralized command economy, it's got to be authoritarian. It has to be state socialism. And if it's state socialism, you have a lot of problems. So yeah, I do think, I know Hassan isn't a tanky, but I don't know if either of you have
Hassan, I think he might be a tanky. I don't know. Hassan's pretty fucking retarded though.
Well, this is the thing. Everyone comes out as a tanky eventually. I saw him on that one. It was like Second Thoughts podcast or something. And he was on there talking about like re-education, like re-educating people so that they have the proper class consciousness and all this bullshit. I'm like, no, man, no. Basically, if you talk to pretty much any socialist, even most democratic socialists, if you really get them to hammer down what's going on, they understand that some amount of state force, way too much for my liking, is going to be required to make it work.
You could say that about any political ideology, apart from like anarchism, right? You need some degree of state force to make it work. So how is that argument exclusive to go on?
Well, the difference is that when it comes to liberalism, it is a minimum amount of state force required for me, which is pretty good. The liberals, they still use their fair share of state force.
I disagree.
Socialism requires way more, and I think fascism requires way more as well.
Just to interject here, if we want to go past free speech, we are more than welcome to, but I don't know if you want to get back on the rails.
I'm easy to move as we move.
Non-liberalism it's related.
We can talk about whatever. I'm okay with anything.
Yeah. Amazing. Shit. Wait. God damn it! You'll have to forgive me my tiredness. It's midnight here. What point was I just making? What was I responding to?
Wait, are you in the UK or?
I'm in Germany. I used to live in England. I'm going to move back to England, but I live in Germany at the moment.
Basically, what I said was that if we're talking about state force, well, actually, now that I realize it, I think I want to revise what I'm saying here. One is that socialism requires more state force than liberalism, and two, liberalism's use of state force is more justified morally than socialism does.
Oh, okay. Can you justify that to me?
I mean, it's just going to come down to like moral intuitions, right? Like, I think that protecting private property is good. You don't. And I have a certain
Why is
set
it
of
good
values
though?
That, like, well, it's good because I think it's good.
Wow. Do you have further reasoning?
Well, that's everyone's reasoning in the end, right? Like if I were to talk to
I
you,
disagree.
you would say, well, no, if I were to talk to you, you'd be like, well, it causes less harm, right? Because lefties like to use, less harm as something. And then we could go down
No, I
the
mean,
rabbit
I
hole of
could
why it
I could
causes less
explain
harm.
it to you.
Okay, go
I
ahead. Go ahead.
think.
Yeah, I am curious. Can you ask why it does more harm to protect private property than it would otherwise as well? I'm curious on that.
Well, there's a lot of, first of all, there's a lot of like property which is like which belongs to somebody and is in somebody's hands, but doesn't actually get like used properly. For example, if we look at like real estate investment firms that just have like fucking 1,000 houses in some city that they bought, and like the city's got like hundreds of homeless people, but they like haven't sold the houses yet because they've been jacking up the prices, and then therefore like they have to wait for some richer person to arrive. I think in that case it's a pretty clear example of why private property would then end up being more damaging than it's actually helpful, because it's preventing people who need a thing from being able to access that thing, right?
That's okay. That's one example. If that's the case, if there is private property that's not being used by its owner, what gives you the moral right to take it? Is not, I mean, is it just need? You need it, therefore you can have it?
Well, it's more about what gives them the moral right to have it. Because when you were talking about people who have like vast amounts of private property, right? And you know the distinction between personal and private property, of course, I'm assuming.
I know it in the Marxian sense, but I think it's a stupid idea.
Well, okay. In what way do you think it's a stupid idea?
I think that when it comes down to like in the real world, there is no real distinction between personal and private property. Not really. I know so for example, sometimes what some Marxists will say is like personal property is stuff that you just need it for yourself, but private property you can use to make profit off of, right? And it's like, well,
I mean, that depends as well.
That doesn't really work in the real world anymore, because you can like work out of your house and like have your own business and shit. So like it doesn't really work.
That's not really the distinction that's being made, though, I don't think.
Okay, what's your distinction then? Go ahead.
I mean, my distinction is usually that, I mean, yeah, private property for one is a thing that you don't use, but it's also often like something that's like actually that you own, and then but it's like used by like a bunch of people who aren't like even you. Like most of the time, private property isn't actually talking about shit that you're actively using, because that would then make it like personal property. Therefore, you can't really say, like, yeah, private property would take away all these things from these people that they're actually using, because then it would be not really private property.
Okay. Well, hold on. I have two questions. I have two very different questions here, and they both go in very different directions. I don't know.
Do you want to just write one down and give me the first, and we can work at it?
I think I've already forgotten one anyway, so oh well.
Oh,
Fair
hit me
enough.
with it then.
Well, look, the universe has decided for us. Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess. So I guess that means that like, so the guy who has in his garage, 15 3D printers, and he's making all of his own goods and he sells them, he would be petty bourgeois, right? And that would be personal property that he is using to make a profit.
I think because he owns his
15.
own means of production, I think he might qualify as petty bourgeois. I can't recall the exact definitions there. I don't want to say something wrong.
Petty bourgeois is the class of people who own the means of production for
but
themselves,
they're not like
also
giga
work them.
rich. Yeah.
They're not just like stockholders who like own part of a company, but don't actually work in the company. Yeah. Okay, so for you, basically, ownership amounts to use then, at least morally speaking.
Yeah, I think so. That's a big part of it for me. I mean, think about it, right? I mean, everyone knows that it's like really depressing to see a thing that you really want and somebody has it, but they'll never use it because they don't actually like want it or need it that badly. But you being someone who makes like, I don't know, 1/10 of what they make, you'll never be able to have that thing. You'll have to like save up for like 3 years to be able to have it or something, Like these sorts of inequalities just make me think that it's just a very dysfunctional and depressingly shit kind of system,
No, that doesn't bother me that much, to be honest. I'm not. When I see somebody richer than me, it doesn't bother me. I'm usually fine with it.
Really? You don't feel any certain way about being told your like fucking man hours are worth like, I don't know, 1 like fucking 20th of what someone else's is?
No.
Why not? Sounds cucked. With respect.
No, it's with respect. No, it doesn't bother me at all, because I think this is just part of the age gap thing, right? I've worked a bunch of different jobs. I've worked some shitty jobs. I've worked some nice jobs. I've worked some blue collar jobs. I've worked some white collar jobs. I've worked in
Mhm.
academia. I've worked in a library. Worked in a school. And
Oh,
now
me
I own
too.
my
I
own
worked in
company.
school.
But Dev, if I may
Mhm.
ask,
Sure.
certainly, if you were in a situation where, for example, you didn't have a car, you lived somewhere where you kind of needed a car, but you didn't have a car. Maybe your car was old and beat up, and you need a new one. And then you saw some rich motherfucker who owned 20 Bugattis win, or was gifted another Lamborghini. You wouldn't feel any kind of way about that.
I'm not really a jealous person at heart. No.
Okay.
For me, the way that I view it is like I know my own value. I know what I can do. I know like I'm at the point now where like
Let's not.
well, hold on. Let me
Okay.
say it. Let me say it.
Okay.
So I've racked up my fair share of wins and losses in life. All right. I
Mhm.
know what I can I can pull off for myself, and I know
Mhm.
that if I want a car, I'll be able to buy my own. Which, by the way,
Okay.
I did based
Good
off
for
my own
you.
labor. So like here's the thing. Like I know that lefties don't like the bootstraps argument. You are definitely an anti-bootstraps kind of guy. I've seen some of your streams at this point. You don't like, but like if you're given someone like if someone comes to you and like asks for advice on what to do with his life, the the it's going to have to be bootstraps. Your advice has to be bootstraps
Okay. Wait. Can
because
I hit you
social
with?
systems aren't
Okay.
changing. They aren't changing. Not right now anyway. And also, it wouldn't even be good if they did.
That feels
Max,
defeatist.
go ahead.
Anyway, however, let me give you a better example then. Let's not talk about you, given that your hubris outmatches capitalism. Let's imagine that you are back to working in a school. I don't know what kind of school you worked in. Let's pretend it's with younger kids, right? And you see them. It's like the end of Christmas holidays, and they've all come back. And then you have like all the kids talking around the classroom, and then you have the one kid who got like one thing because his parents are too poor, and he couldn't get more. And then he's got like his friend who's like wealthy, and he got like fucking 4 times the presents that kid does over like 10 years or something, you know? Wouldn't that inequality and that like sadness that child would experience, wouldn't that make you feel sad, and wouldn't that make you kind of, you know, question the functionality of the system if this like small child is suffering by no fault of their own?
Well, of course, but I think that those conditions can be ameliorated, to use
Mhm.
Vosh's term, his favorite word, through basically just through like welfare capitalism, through social programs. I don't think we need socialism to do it.
I mean,
And in
okay,
fact,
I don't.
I don't think socialism would actually achieve it, frankly, as well.
Why do you not think socialism would achieve it?
Oh, well, that's a rabbit hole, which I'm happy to go
Mhm.
down. But I wrote down a question that I actually want to ask you before we go down that rabbit hole.
Sure, let's do
And
that.
also,
Why?
before you ask the question, I'm curious why you think it would, Max. But ask the question, then we can go down that.
Oh, okay, sure. Well, how come you think that the bootstraps mentality is defeatist?
The bootstraps mentality. Oh, well, you said that the systems aren't going to change, and therefore you should be telling people to bootstraps if they ask you for advice. If I was listening correctly.
Yeah, I think that's correct. Yes.
Okay. Well, yeah, I feel like that's defeatist because you're saying the system as it is now is unchanging and unfixable, and therefore there's not really any point in, you know, trying
Oh,
to do
okay. Here,
anything else.
let me explain. Right, like here,
Mhm.
let me put it this way. Let's say, a young 18. Jesus Christ, you're 19. That's right. This won't work for you. Okay,
I'm
a
nearly
young.
20.
Here,
I'm getting big.
pretend you're in your 30s. All right. Imagine a guy who just came of age comes up to you, and
Mhm.
he's like, "Man, I don't know what to do. Like, I got to figure some things out. It's going to be hard. Like, what do I do?" You could tell him,
Mhm.
"Well, go to school, work hard, get a decent job. Advice that you could actually do yourself, or
Mhm.
become a professional activist, change all of society around you. Like, what advice are you going to give him?" Obviously, the more realistic advice in the short term is work on yourself.
I mean, yeah. I mean, you can give both, but I mean, this the notion of that kind of thing of like encouraging positive like labor and stuff like that. It's not like that goes missing under socialism. It just means that you don't have like your entire like comfort and existence balancing on like how well that pans out for you, you know?
So I guess then, when it comes to socialism, yeah, I don't think that socialism will. Here, you know what? I don't want you to have to defend all of socialism because you're a market socialist and you're not sure if you'd go past that. So
Very kind.
that would be unfair. I don't think that even market socialism would work out in doing this kind of stuff better than welfare capitalism.
I mean, I don't really see how the mechanisms would be that different when it comes to poor people if they're getting the stuff they need anyway. I mean, it would be a form of welfare at that point, right? I think the main difference, if we're talking about like that kind of progressivism versus like socialism, it would be more the difference at the top versus at the bottom, like how many like giga rich people you have, not just like if you have poor people still.
I'm not sure about that. I don't know. I mean, okay, just so I understand what we're talking about, market socialism, that is when you have not yet abolished the commodity form, but the means of production is owned by the workers collectively.
You try and abolish the commodity forms that can be abolished, and you kind of like work at it, but you don't totally get rid of it. Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, if you have a company where 10 people are working, you all own 10% of the company rather than there being one owner and 9 workers.
I mean, it depends on the distribution of labor. Let's not say that every single worker will be receiving exactly the same if they're not working the same amount. And you know, if there is labor that takes more effort, I think you can have a difference in pay, but not like a huge one. It should be a
well, not pay, but ownership, right?
I mean, sure, you can see
What?
that pay model
Okay.
as a version
I
of
am
that.
okay. We are kind of dancing around a lot of things. Let me try, if I may. Karl
Sure.
Marx, right? Why do you think that market socialism is better than capitalism? Why, and be concise if you can. Why do you advocate for that rather than what Dev advocates for, which is welfare within the capitalist system?
Because I think
Why is
socialism
that?
because I think socialism is democratic. I think that capitalism is in itself, it's unequal. It promotes a world which isn't democratic. You know, I think we can see that as well, right? We can see how like the most rich companies have way disproportionate influence, and how you know, hundreds of thousands or even millions of poor people can barely change a thing if they don't have the funds to do it. I think capitalism promotes this kind of terrible, just totally undeserved inequality, and therefore we should, you know, be trying to instate socialism as much as possible in order to avoid that and to reduce it.
Okay. So why is it more good if it's more democratic?
Because I like it when people have equal rights.
Okay, but do you have any more explanation than that?
Isn't that a good answer? Do you not think?
No, it's not.
How so? Because
So
do you not
when it
think
comes
they
to
have
democracy-
unequal? Okay, go on.
I mean, well, I mean, some forms of inequality are fine with me, frankly. It depends on what we're talking about. My answer for almost all of these like broad ideological questions is going to be it depends. So, is democracy good? Well, it depends. There are some things where it's actually much better that it's not democratic. You know, should the entire
Okay.
world have a vote on whether or not I can fuck another man? The answer to that is no, they should not. Their vote should have nothing to do with it. It should be entirely my choice and my partner's, obviously. But you know, if I'm in an intolerant society, their democracy will necessarily infringe on me, right? So there are obviously some instances, and in some institutions, where you don't want democracy to be the ultimate source of power.
I mean, I think that depends as well. I mean, we do have rules
Could
and
you
regulations.
imagine- Could you imagine if after 9/11, America had a vote on whether to nuke Iraq, Afghanistan, the whole Middle East into glass? How would that have gone?
I think they would have all just said yes.
Yeah, it would have been glass. So yes, democracy good, kind of.
Well, I mean, that's why, like with free speech, we have stipulations. You know, with democracy, we still do have things like you know, protected classes and human rights and stuff to kind of center ourselves around, and that does make things better. But I do agree that not necessarily everything should be done democratically, because I think the people won't be experts on everything. I think you should try and do a mix of as much democracy as possible, but like bring in as many like actually educated voices as you can. I find that a lot of people who like talk about who talk about making things super democratic kind of fail to remember that people can be kind of uneducated sometimes, and working at that is really necessary to actually making society as democratic as it should be, you know?
We are one step closer to the re-education camps, guys. To Hassan's re-education camps.
I'm gonna gulag you. Yeah. That's what you get for being mean on Twitter.
Twitter's too much fun, dude. It's awesome.
What's with the anger, man? You sound so angry on Twitter.
Oh no, I'm actually never angry. Usually I'm traveling and bored. That's all Twitter is.
I don't know, because like the vibes I got from your videos versus like how we interacted just gave me whiplash, dude.
What videos did you watch?
I watched a fair few. I went back. I did my research. You know, I like to figure out who I'm arguing with. I saw your debate on authoritarianism, where you posited that same argument that some things shouldn't be left up to everybody.
Was that the Adam and Sitch show?
I think Sargon? It might have been. Oh no, I would have remembered if it was Sargon. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was the four of us.
I want to talk about Sargon, but I feel like we should probably talk about other stuff as well.
Well, we can if you want. I mean, I don't agree with him, but he's my friend. Yeah.
Okay. Are you willing to?
Have, like, what? What's up?
No. You go first. I'm curious.
Oh, basically, just even though we have political disagreements, I don't throw people under the bus for them. You know, like we've been friends now for like 8 or 9 years, and he's drifted more right wing than me for sure. But I'm okay with it. You know.
Is there if I may ask on that note, is there a point where you would be like, okay, what you're advocating for or what you're saying is so far beyond the pale that we just cannot be friends anymore?
It's going to be the same line with speech if it's violent.
Okay.
If they actually commit violence, then no. But if they have very strange, wacky ideologies on the fringes of either direction, no, I'm fine with it.
Wait a minute. Let me see.
So if he wanted all streamers to be camped, he hadn't put any streamers in a camp, but he was like, you know what? I want all streamers to be gulagged. I want them to be in the camps. I'm going to advocate for this, and I'm going to try to pass laws that make this happen. You'd be okay with that?
Me isolating myself from him would not actually make that situation any better. If I can still talk to him, maybe I can talk him out of it.
Do you think it was right that he got his channel demonetized? Does he even have his channel anymore? I haven't kept up.
Oh, well, he still has the original Sargon channel, but he barely posts there. He started a news outlet.
Oh no.
He runs it's like a right-wing think tank now in the UK. There's a
no way.
Podcast. There's a bunch of they have like actually, you know what? Give me just a second.
I'm curious about that though. I would probably watch that. Wait, do you think you could ever hook me up to argue with him?
No, I definitely cannot.
That's sad. It's worth a shot. Worth a shot.
I'm slowly trying to convince him to talk to like not so erudite, who's much more reasonable and in the center about things. I'm gonna work him up to that first. But
wait, did you answer my question about if he should have been taken off YouTube?
You said demonetized, right? I don't think he should have.
Yeah. You don't think he should have?
No, I don't think so. I don't remember exactly why, but I don't think so.
I mean, I can read out some quotes if you want.
You can if you like, but let me just send this to both of you.
Okay.
Where are you putting it?
Just
can I look at this on stream? What is this?
Yeah, you can look at it on the stream. It's basically what Sargon's doing now. So, like, people are saying, so like he does like book reviews now. Book club. He does like history videos. He's doing discussions on philosophy, and then he has his this is a critical race theory series that he did. Basically, he's doing like right-wing think tank stuff. He has like 12 employees, daily podcast. He puts out a ton of content, and he's actually very, very successful. He's just abandoned the Sargon name at this point. He's built up a whole company, and people think he like disappeared, but no, he's still around. It's just called the Lotus.
That's how it seems to go with most of these what I'm gonna call grifter types. They always seem to pop up somewhere
else. Sargon's a grifter. There's no way Sargon's a grifter.
Wait, you don't think Sargon's a grifter? What do you think he is?
Absolutely not.
Well, what do you think a grifter is?
Yeah. I don't know. If to me, a grifter is somebody who regularly like purport fucking viewpoints that they know that will get their audience engaged and like concerned. And I think a lot of right-wing figures who tend to be, you know, very alarmist, very dramatic, especially white supremacists like Sargon,
There
who will
has to be another step. in
Sargon is
there.
not a white supremacist, dude.
Look,
Sargon
there has to
isn't
be
a
another
white
step in there. It's
supremacist?
not grifting.
Wait, you want me to
stop,
read this
Chris,
out to you?
This is important. This is
Wait.
important, though. It's
Okay,
not
wait,
grifting
real quick.
if someone is actively getting their audience engaged and actually believes in what they're saying.
Oh,
right? That's
wait,
what
did
leftists do
I-
all the time, is it not?
Yeah. I mean, look, you could say some leftists will grift as well. I think that there's
I
a
know
difference
that's not
though, because I
grifting.
think that
That's
right
just not
wingers are lying a lot more of the time. But that's
Hold on a second.
my belief.
So grifter means a person who, here, let me just say this, a person who engages in petty or small scale swindling. A necessary
Yeah.
part of that is believing that what you're saying is false. So if you think that what Sargon's saying is false, that's one thing. That's completely fine. But if Sargon believes what he's saying and he's putting his ideas out there, even if you disagree, it's not grifting because he's not lying. He genuinely believes it.
I do not know if I don't know if I believe that. But I also know that you can't look in his head and I can't look in his head, and I probably won't believe you. But let me tell you why I think he's a white supremacist, okay?
Okay, go
Let me read this out to you. This is
Sure.
I got like a full page of text here. It's not too much, don't worry. In 2 videos, one of which has been recently deleted by YouTube, Benjamin repeatedly used the N-word. He said a YouTuber and the alt-right were, quote, can I say slurs on here? Wait a minute, I probably shouldn't.
We are on Twitch, so no.
Okay.
Do not.
He said,
Okay.
people on the alt-right were F-slurs, the gay one, and acting like N-words with the hard R, in showing him disrespect, because white people are supposed to be polite. He said that Jewish people need to drop identity politics. He said, I'm sorry about the Holocaust, but I don't give a shit. It's pretty...
Okay, so
Quite a take.
That all sounds pretty fucking base to me. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, you wanna be
Yes. Okay,
anti-caring about the Holocaust?
I recall that stream because I watched it. This was like 6 or 7 years ago. I was there in that audience. What I remember, first of all, I don't care about the F slur. All right, I'm cool with it.
I mean, I'm in the middle of the road,
somebody
though.
who sucks dick, you can say it as much. I give you all passes. Every
yeah, I
single
mean,
person listening.
in that case, obviously, but it depends, right? If you hear a straight person,
to unlocking the stat slur, you have to suck a dick.
yes.
So that can say it. Okay.
Look, I only was able to say it after I sucked my first dick,
It didn't work
though.
for Destiny, though. It didn't work for Destiny. He still got banned. but no, here's the thing. When Sargon was when it comes to the big one, all right, the hard R, all right. What he actually said was white N-words specifically.
That's a different quote.
Oh, really? So he was probably paraphrasing it then, because what was going on is there was a bunch of Nick Fuentes followers.
Wait, how does that justify it?
Well, hold on, I'm going to explain.
Okay.
So there was a bunch of Nick Fuentes followers in the chat, and he was debating somebody who was actually part of what was used to be called the alt-right. Doesn't really exist anymore, but the alt-right. And he was debating somebody there, and the person went up to go get a drink or something, and then he was yelling at their chat room, and he said the best way, this was his logic, the best way to do it was to insult them using their own framework. So they hate black people, they hate N-words, he was going to call them white N-words. And he said, listen, by your own measurements, you should be acting better than this. You're all acting ridiculous. That was basically what he was saying. And you know what? I'm okay with that. I am fine with like a Vosh style drop.
If it were just a tactical N-word, which were truly just tactical, perhaps I'd let it slip. I'm a Vorshite after all. However, there are like a multitude of fucking clips where he's clearly just being racist. Like I understand you don't want to be like, yeah, my friend who I'm like, my guy who I'm friends with is like blatantly racist, but he is. Like, come on. I mean, I can read you more examples, but why not just admit that he's racist?
So you said white supremacists specifically. I don't care about racial humor. I don't even care about the use of slurs. Remember, the original conversation is free speech. You know what? Use every single slur you like. If you don't have hate in your heart, I don't care. Use them all. Use them every single day of your life. Use them in every single conversation.
I mean, yeah, I don't care about like contextless slurs which aren't actually used to like fucking attack someone, right? Or to like harass them. I don't care about that. If somebody says the N-word while like listening to NWA, I do not give a shit. That's fine. I just care if it's like used to actively like fucking justify you know, things like racist hate crimes, which like the internet has become more and more kind of responsible for in a way, with like
It definitely has,
over
for sure.
like almost 90% of fucking terrorists
The
being
sub to
people who spawned
PewDiePie
off the
shit.
internet. Huh?
Yeah, the whole sub to PewDiePie shit. I remember all the memes and all the things that used to be a few years ago. Hold on, I'm just stretching.
Yeah, you're a Gamergate era person, aren't you?
Yeah, actually from before that, but yeah.
Do you think you've changed your views much since then? So I'm curious. No?
Absolutely not. Nope.
What did you
I was
do?
pretty
You like
set-
bitched about feminists and that kind of thing? Like the usual Gamergate shit,
no,
or what?
my big contribution to Gamergate was, do you remember Phil Fish?
No, I'm sorry. I was like 13 during Gamergate. I don't remember too much from then. It's like Smosh and that kind of shit.
Yeah. The game Fez, maybe? On the Xbox 360?
The one that like I think I do.
Rotated?
I think.
Yeah. Little white guy ran around, you like rotated the camera angle and like, changed the
Yeah.
layout.
I played that on my DS or something.
Oh yeah. Oh okay. So basically back during Gamergate, during the heights of it, his company got hacked and all of his financial documents were put out there. Okay. And I got a hold of those documents with my friends and we poured over them and we realized that Phil Fish, he was the only person ever in the history of the Indie Games Fund, or no, Indie Games Fest, sorry, the Indie Games Fest, to win prizes in 2 separate years, which is ridiculous because your game only comes out once. Why did they win in I think 2008 and then 2012? It turns out that they justified it by saying, oh, in 2008 it was a demo that won prizes, and it's like, well, this is kind of bullshit, isn't it? Like it was a controversy back in 2012, and so 2014 Gamergate's happening. We have his financial documents because some sort of I think someone at his company got pissed with him and leaked them on the internet during Gamergate to like rile everyone up, right? So we looked through it and we realized a bunch of people who were the investors into Phil Fish's company Polytron were also judges at the Indie Games Fest. So
awesome.
that was my big contribution to Gamergate, was kind of sniffing that out, putting that out there, making a big old manifesto about it. And there's a reason why you don't see Phil Fish anymore. It's because
you
took him down.
Well, basically, even though like I had like less than 5,000 subscribers at that point. I was a tiny channel, but it got enough traction in the right circles that no one wants to work with him anymore. So he's just gone. And like now that I'm bigger, I've heard from people who are actually like in the game industry have like messaged me and been like, yeah, like Phil, like no one except like the hyper progressive clique wants to work with Phil Fish anymore. He's done. He's out of gaming. It's like, oh well, okay. But that's what I did during Gamergate. I was never involved in the harassment of women or any bullshit like that. I was always doing the investigative work.
Okay, no, I love me some investigation. I think that's a very fun thing. That's why I wanted to like get into streaming and stuff, so I can do like pseudo fucking journalism as best as I can with what I've got. Seems like fun.
Yep. Yeah. So when it comes to Sargon, yeah, I don't care about jokes. I don't care about slurs. I don't care about, you know, if
these aren't really jokes though. A lot of them. Yeah, go on.
Okay, well, here, tell me the one that you think is the least joke.
The least joke? Wait, let me read. Here we are. There was one. Benjamin took part in a Google Hangout with far-right YouTube user who goes by the name Michelle Caitlin. The discussion centered around how various far-right figures were making memes about Benjamin's self-proclaimed belief in liberalism, but over halfway into the 2-hour video, Benjamin seemed to lose his patience for the discussion. He repeatedly resorted to calling Caitlin the N-word for not being able to have a civilized conversation.
This was far right. A bunch of far right people.
This was actually, I think, the exact same stream.
From the right.
This was the exact same stream as the white N-words one, because he only ever talked to Caitlin.
He really likes saying it, huh?
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
At what point does some of these jokes start making you think, maybe this person sucks? Or do you not think racism can make somebody suck?
Needs more than racism, that's for sure.
Do you not think racism is often representative of other underlying, feelings and behaviors which are often problematic?
Sometimes, but like when I'm hanging out with people and we make racial jokes about each other, no. Definitely not. If I have, I'm part white and part not white. If you want to make fun of me for my heritage, go ahead. You want to make fun of me that I'm a Canadian, go ahead. I insult Sargon so much for being from the UK. I insult Arch Warhammer for being Norwegian. I've made fun of Stardust for having for being from India. Like we all have fun and it's okay.
Right. But when it's like people talking about people who maybe didn't consent to that and aren't like involved in that in like a fun way or whatever, like Sargon talking about I don't know. I need to find
Caitlyn.
more examples.
Well, I think Caitlin's white anyway.
I
think he was
mean,
just
that
being a
doesn't really
shit stirrer.
change much to me. That just seems like he's like extra racist if he's willing to use that word
Can I
anyway.
ask? Okay, well maybe we can recenter this conversation a little bit.
Rather than being about Sargon.
Yeah. Just a little bit. Like I'm gonna be real with you. I didn't come packed with Sargon lore for this discussion. Maybe I should have. Maybe that was a mistake on my
Listen,
part. But let's talk. Go ahead.
I can give you a quick TLDR. Basically, there are certain political opinions of Sargon's, especially ones these come into in the past 5 years, that I don't agree with. However, we are friends. I wouldn't betray his trust, and I don't think he's a racist at all. I think he's a shit stirrer, and it's as simple as that.
Do you not think somebody can be racist by way of them just wanting to shit stir though?
No.
Because I hear this excuse a lot. No?
Yeah, I don't agree. No.
You don't think that eventually if somebody's like just trying to like be silly and provocative enough that eventually they might like start actually thinking black people are inhuman after they say the N-word for like the 30th time?
Wait until they actually do it. It's the same standard I have for speech.
Yeah, how many times
Wait.
do you say the N-word before you become an actual racist? Like, is it 10?
It sounds...
Is it like a spell? Like, is it weakening world psychic defenses, right?
To me, it sounds like you keep on saying that you would always wait for ages, and that sounds like it would end up making it too late pretty much every time. What do you mean, like, just wait for something to happen?
Yes. So, I mean, when it comes to speech, say whatever you want, but the minute you become violent, then you're over the line.
Well, how...
That's
what if somebody's
fine.
got, like, a gun and they're being violent? How are you meant to stop them, then? It's about prevention, right? Like, we want to prevent this from happening in the first place, and it's not really going to work if you're like, oh, okay, well, you just pulled the trigger. Obviously, now we have to fucking arrest you while you've got, like, a fucking assault rifle in Walmart or something. Like,
Okay. Yeah.
So, like, do you see what my issue is?
Yeah. So like the shooter who bursts through the door and he has the gun and he hasn't fired the first shot yet. I understand what you're saying. The idea is that he's already displayed the mens rea at that point to actually be violent, right? That's why for me the limit on speech should be actionable threats. So, if I'm laughing with you and joking and I say, ha, I'm going to kill you for that, that's not an actionable threat. You know that I don't mean it. I know that I don't mean it. Wick knows that I don't mean it. But if it's a real threat, then you step in.
Like if Dev started naming your name, actual name, address, and said, 3 days from now I'm going to come to get you.
What what criminals famously do is they announce their crimes and all the bad shit they're gonna do like 5-10 minutes before they do it. Every time. I mean, obviously this is silly, right? Like, people aren't gonna say when they're gonna do something bad. Plenty of people will be very cryptic. I mean, I'm sure you're not unfamiliar with crypto-fascism. People love to be, kind of indirect about their beliefs. I mean, we have, God, which genocide was it? The genocide of Rohingya, I think it was. Where basically Facebook promoted a bunch of posts leading up to the genocide, condemning the group of people who were murdered, and portraying them as like inhuman and that kind of thing. And it often wasn't them being like, I am going to kill these people in the next like 100 days or something. It was them being like, these people are not part of our country. It's them, saying all of the like classic lines that I'm sure you've heard a million times from a million different races that you're friends with. You hear these, like, or like portraying them as invaders, that kind of thing. There's very specific types of speech which like have the very clear express goal of dehumanizing and removing the aspect that allows you to actually feel compassion for those people. And I think that's when speech becomes violent, when it like has like that clear intention,
And so like eat the rich, kill the landlords, stuff like that.
I mean, I think that kind of stuff's
as a market
stupid
socialist,
as well a
I don't
lot
think
of the
you say
time.
that, do you?
No, I
Yeah,
think
that's
it's
what I was gonna say,
stupid. I
like,
think it's like over the top and unnecessary. I'm not like a Maoist or anything.
Yeah. I mean, I think Marx said like when our time comes, we will not apologize for the terror. right?
Ah,
Now,
yeah, I
Marx,
saw you post that. I saw you post that. Marx said a billion things. Okay, Marx also became like way more fucking reformist later on and so on. So I don't know.
most people
I'm not
do,
gonna.
just like I did.
Well, yeah, I
Just like
was.
I
Look,
grew
I
up when
was a
I left
fucking.
19.
I was like a tanky for like a week, and then I realized it was retarded, and then I stopped, and that was when I was like 14. And now I've moved on to being like
Good
very
on ya.
democratic, and that's why I'm also a socialist, because I think this is like the most easy to achieve democratically system. Like not easy, but most achievable with what people generally want, according to my beliefs and what I've seen like statistically as well, right? Like we see every next generation is more supportive of socialism. You know, they're more supportive of these like rules and legislations that would make life a lot easier and a lot less you know, kind of demanding
Well,
of constant labor and all that. So
well, I mean, I think upcoming generations are more in they're more in support of what we could properly call social democracy, right?
no,
Or
I mean
social
this is
liberalism, right? If we're talking actual socialism, the workers own the means of production, some form of it, market or otherwise. If you actually told people what that entailed, I don't think that they would like it.
what do you think it entails? What do you think? What do you think you'd tell them that most people wouldn't like?
Well, I mean, if we're talking, or well, hold on, are we talking socialism or market socialism?
Let's talk market socialism, democratic
Okay.
market socialism.
Yeah. So the idea that the workers collectively own the means of production rather than there being an owner class and a worker class. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I think it would. I just think if you explain to them like how it functions, they'd realize it doesn't function. Right? There are just some problems that become insurmountable if you're actually working on, like, actually putting it into practice.
But there are
I
like
know that's what you want.
there are like examples of cooperatives and ways of revenue splitting and that kind of thing. Like this, it's not
Oh,
like
sure.
it's never
I know
been
Mondragon. Yeah.
right.
But
It's
this
not like it's
exists
never
under
been.
capitalism right now, correct?
Yeah, but there are plenty of features in capitalism that could exist in socialism as well. Like, I mean, but the point is, I mean, we're in a mixed economy, right? We're not in like a purely capitalist system or a purely socialist system. So yeah, you're gonna have some things like some worker co-ops or whatever.
Sure. But I guess the issue is like when you say market socialism, what that
Mm-hmm.
implies, maybe I'm wrong, what that implies is that all businesses have to be worker co-ops. Because you're right. Right now, you can make worker co-ops and just go work in them if that's what you want. You can have private owners and you can have group owners and you can do whatever you want. You can just mix it up. But market socialism seems to imply that everything must be a worker co-op.
I mean, you have to have like worker democracy. Yeah, I think that would probably be a good thing. I mean, given the fact that go on.
Well, here, let me put it this way. So, just to be more clear, in your ideal world, there'd be
Mm-hmm.
some sort of government, some sort of law that basically made it illegal to have a privately owned firm. Every firm would have to be worker co-op.
I mean, I think eventually, right? I don't think it's like you could do that from like one day to the next, you know? I think it's something where you'd have to go like
That would be
sector
your
by
goal.
sector.
That would be your goal,
And eventually,
right? That's
yeah.
what you would want to eventually, maybe 10, 20, 50 years down the line achieve.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
That's right.
Okay. I don't think that works. I don't think you can have a fully worker co-op system. I don't think that will be functional.
I don't know.
Dev, you
Hard
keep
to
saying,
say.
hold on, Dev, I want to ask
It's a very
Dev a question
speculative
because
thing.
Dev keeps saying, Dev keeps saying, I don't think that works, right? And that's fine, but I want to know why you think that wouldn't work. Like, can you give us some reasons why
Sure.
a
Okay,
fully co-op system just wouldn't work?
Okay. So, one is that I think it would basically kill the transitional job market. All right. So let's say that you move to a new city to go to university and you need some part-time work. You're going to go work in a grocery store or something, right? Now, right now you can just get a job, get paid, punch in, punch out, keep your head down, and then in 6 months you move on, right? You don't have to worry about any sort of workplace politics. You don't have to get more involved than you want. You can simply, in a Marxian sense, you're being exploited because there's surplus value that you're losing. But also, it's very easy to get in and out of that kind of job, right? If you
That's not necessarily true. You have like work contracts and stuff. I don't understand the difference between this and. I mean, like,
yeah, I guess I'm also failing to understand why transient workers would be disallowed under a co-op system. It could be discouraged, perhaps, right? It might be a little harder, but I don't think they would entirely go away.
Well, one of the important parts of transient work is it's very easy to get the job and it's very easy to quit the job. And in a purely market socialist system, it becomes very hard to
I
get
don't
and
know.
quit jobs.
I,
I know it does, and I'll explain why. Right. So, if you let's say that you
I don't think it's really easy to get
Well,
jobs now,
let him
though. But
explain why. Let him
sure.
explain why. I'm
hold on.
curious. I want to hear why, and then you can counter it because I'm curious why you don't.
So let's say that you and your 9 friends found a business, right? So and let's say you're all working equally, just for hypothetical sake. All right. So you found your business. You each pay in $100 to found the business. It costs $1,000 to get all your tools and equipment and anything else you need. So you and your 10 friends, you're working, and then you decide you want to quit that business. All right. Well, now assume that your friends want to replace you with a new owner. Now you have to find somebody that you can sell your $100 share to, right? And
Well,
that's
no,
kind
it'd
of,
just
that's the
be.
problem.
Wouldn't that just go to the larger distribution that they would have among the people? Wouldn't it then just be distributed among ninths instead of tenths?
Well, yeah, but okay. Well, then those other 9 people have to buy out your $100 share. They have to give you the $100 for quitting because you put it in. Like, that's your investment in the business, right? When you cash out of the business, you have to sell your share. That's what being an owner means, is that you own part of the business, so you can sell it. But if being an owner and being a worker are tied together, then quitting the job means cashing out and selling your share to someone, but also joining the firm means buying in. So let's say you have your business worth $1,000, right? And you have 9 people who all own 1/9 of the business, and you're going to hire person number 10. Person number 10 has to come in. It's like, well, shit, I got to buy 10% of this business. It's worth $1,000. I got to pay $100 just to get the job.
I don't think that's how it would work. I don't think that would be efficient. I don't think anybody would stick to that.
And that's why market socialism doesn't work.
Well, no, let's give Max. Max, why is that a fallacy? Why, in your opinion, would that not come into pass? How do you envision your co-op system, market socialist system working that avoids this obstacle? Sure.
Well, I don't really see where the well, you have the investment, right? And then people are continuously earning the money as they go along. I don't see where this other money is really coming into
What
it.
happens when someone wants to quit?
I mean, they quit. I mean, what do you mean? They stop working there? They get their final paycheck, and then the revenue that
The investment that they have is just lost. So a person put in $1,000 to the company to buy the share. It's just lost. They just forfeit it in your world.
I don't know. I haven't thought about how investments work, but most jobs don't function by you founding a company, right? That's a pretty specific situation, which isn't really applicable to most.
It's a co-op situation, is it not?
Well,
yes, most companies don't work like that currently, but in a co-op situation, that's part of the deal, is it not? Am I misunderstanding? It's very possible I am, but as I understood, the workers get together, they own the means of production, which means that they also invest into the means of productions as well. Am I mistaken on that? I could be. I'm not an expert.
I think that depends. I'm not sure exactly. I mean, it depends on the model and the approach. I mean, I don't know for sure, though. I can't say. It depends.
So for me, I mean, like I said, I've worked a whole bunch of different jobs, right? I have founded my own business, and to do so, it does take money, right? You have to buy all the equipment and buy your tools. If you need an office space, you got to buy an office. If you there's a whole bunch of expenses that go into creating a business. Once you've created the business, it might go up or down in value based on its productive output. But 5 years down the road, if you want to sell that business to somebody else, they have to now pay for what the business is worth. Right? So if everyone co-owns businesses, that means that everyone has to be paying in and paying out their liquidity of the business.
Okay.
So it just seems so if I want to go get a grocery store job right now, I can go down to the grocery store, drop in my resume, I get hired, I get a paycheck. Now I don't get my surplus value in a Marxian sense, but I get an easy job and I can quit whenever I want, right? However, if the grocery store were a worker co-op, now I have to go down to the grocery store and be like, okay, well, we're hiring a new person, so that means you have to have some sort of co-ownership, which means you have to buy some sort of like stock in the company, because stock is ownership, right? So now I have to work it and own it at the same time. I have to not only get a job, but also have the money but also have to have the money to buy the share in the company so I can actually work it. And then when I want to quit, I have to find somebody else to buy my share and take my share off my hands. Because otherwise, I'll be an owner but not a worker. If I quit but I still own the stock in the company, I'll be an owner but not a worker. So once you link these two concepts together, like ownership and working, you have a lot of problems with investment that just don't seem to work in reality.
But like that's not necessarily true though. You're not buying into like co-ops. That's not how it works. There are plenty of worker co-ops with like a bunch of employees and workers, and you aren't having people like have to pay to fund the company every time. That's maybe something you have like at the start of it because you need to, you know, help like collectively actually get the shit you need to start a company. But to act like every time somebody joins a co-op they have to pay a massive fee of investment, that's just not accurate, and that's not how things work.
Well, if that's the case, if let's say your ideal society is one in which you have worker co-ops that exist and you can just join them and then quit them, and there's no actual buying and selling of stock in the company involved. If that's the case, why would anyone ever found a business? Because if they can't even sell the business that they've invested in, why would they ever do it? You know, why would I ever put $100,000 to found a new business if I know that once I hire a bunch of people to join it, I lose my $100,000? Why would I ever do that?
You wouldn't be losing your $100,000. You'd still be making a solid amount of money if you had a good business. You just wouldn't be making like massive excesses compared to other people. Are you saying like if you quit?
Here, let me put this here. Let me put it this way. I want to found a business, and I want my business to be the construction of skateboards. Okay, so I spend $1 million to get a skateboard factory, and I'm like, okay, here's my business. It's my $1 million that I've worked hard for to save up my entire life, and I buy my skateboard factory or I build it or whatever, right? And then I'm like, I need people to like work on this with me, so I hire like 10 other workers, okay? And now it's a worker co-op situation, so they're coming in and they're not paying me for like I've invested in this thing, but they get to
one
co-own it with me.
person wouldn't just have $1 million to invest in a factory under socialism. That would be pretty fucked economically, right? So
we're talking about market socialism now. We're not talking about like some sort of future hypothetical. This is something that's more in line of what we can do in the next 50 years. There'll definitely be people with $1 million in 50 years for sure. So here,
we should be limiting incomes, though. I do believe that.
Can you explain that? Hold on, I'm very curious, Max. What do you mean by limiting income? Why won't there be millionaires in 50 years under your system if things go your way?
Ideally, we gradually start cutting away at how high up the 1% is. I don't think they should exist like that. I think it's very strange and fucked up. And I mean, capitalism wasn't even like this like 40 years ago, you know? Like, it's gotten really bad. It's terrible at the moment.
Well, there's an explanation for that, but it is getting off of this topic of
which
investment.
one do you mean? Well, like corporate raiders and stuff, or what?
Why the 1% has way more wealth than they used to?
Oh,
it makes sense if you look at the math. It actually makes a lot of sense.
What are you referring to exactly? Like what? Like expansion of
the 1%? Yes, of their wealth. It actually makes sense if you look at the math behind it.
What math specifically?
Okay, so
what, just like the exponential increase of capital, that if you have more money you can invest more and get more? Yeah, I mean obviously that's like the floor, right? That's the issue.
That's part of it, but it's not all of it.
Wait, hold on, Dev. Do you not think that the expanding income gap is an issue? Right, the wealth gap is actually a problem.
I do think that it can be an issue, but I don't think it's the main issue. I think it's a symptom of something else. I don't think solving the wealth gap will actually fix anything long term. I think it is a symptom of a deeper problem.
What do you think is a symptom of?
I don't know yet. I'm still figuring that out. But
why did you stop being a socialist? Were you just confused? What are you talking about?
Nope. I kept reading.
What did you read? Was it Mein Kampf?
Well,
I saw that in your bookshelf.
You saw that copy of it? Man, everyone's so mad about it. It was like, listen, when you buy a copy of Mein Kampf, the proceeds go to a Jewish
Look, if
charity.
if I weren't in Germany, I would probably have a copy of Mein Kampf as well. It's
illegal over there.
It is interesting. I don't know. I think figuring out like these terrible, insane people is kind of cool.
I'm desperate to bring this back a little on free speech for a moment. Like, do you think it's okay that the German government will tell you what books you can and cannot buy? Do you think that's okay?
Well, right? I mean, it's like
bad in my opinion.
That's bad. I mean, it's like one book, and the book sucks. I don't really care that much. It's more like the effect the book has on the comfort of like a lot of citizens. That's more like the deal, you know. Like the existence
So
of
if
something.
someone comes into my house and I have Mein Kampf on the shelf, and it makes them uncomfortable, I should not be able to have Mein Kampf on my shelf.
Oh, well, no, but nobody's going to be arresting you for having something like in your house, you know? It's like if you like take it out and you're being like, everyone, wow, this book is really good, then like, you know, maybe you'll get a reaction.
I
But
don't know the German laws, so
I mean, these are laws that exist, but they're very honorary, you know? Like most of the time they won't be like followed through on. I've seen Nazi stuff in public before without people getting arrested. I think maybe they should crack down on it more sometimes with certain people.
No.
No, you don't think the Nazi fucking protesters who are shouting that like Jews need to be killed should get arrested or something?
No.
Doesn't that go a little close to the sun even for you?
Unless there's actually an actionable threat, no.
Oh my god, you're so cucked. What the fuck? What do you
Free speech, dude.
Free speech?
Yes. Listen. Here. What do you think my political alignment is?
Your political alignment is like centrist, but you're very permissive of people. But generally, you're like a very, very overzealous lib who's tolerant of a bit too much, in my opinion.
Listen. I am what is known as a liberal supremacist. All right. We are the best ideology.
I knew we were a supremacist.
And we will conquer the world eventually.
Okay. Terrifying.
But no, free speech. Yes. All right. Free expression, free association. Yes. All of these things.
Can I maybe Max?
What's up?
What is, in your opinion, the biggest danger for allowing people to, for Nazis to march in the street?
The biggest danger?
What's the biggest danger? What do you think?
The main issue for me there,
threat? Yeah.
aside from like the potential like hate crimes or whatever, the main issue for me would be like
what I'm trying to do with this question is give you a platform to expound upon why you think this is wrong and bad and the government should stop it. Go ahead.
Right. I think it mainly because of the people's comfort. I think that people, especially people who are in oppressed groups, like minority groups, who are much more likely to be threatened by these sorts of people, have a right to comfort. They have a right to not feel like they're going to be murdered in the streets for looking different. And allowing Nazis to go out and to walk around openly touting how much they believe that you should be dead, I think is absolutely impeding on somebody's freedom to comfort and existence and to their identity.
If I'm a TERF and there is an LGBTQ parade in my town where they're saying, I hate TERFs, punch the TERF, TERFs are scum, TERFs are all these things, I'm going to feel super uncomfortable with that. Should I have the ability to shut down that parade because I feel uncomfortable, I feel a threat, I think that they are threatening me, and I don't want them here?
I think that's different. I think first of all, it depends if they are actually actively being like, we're going to go house to house and beat up every TERF and kill them and take off their head.
Punch TERF in the face. They just have like punch TERFs. I've seen signs like this all the time, like punch TERFs, TERF scum.
If it's just a slogan like that, I don't think that like necessarily constitutes an actual threat. Also, the main difference for me there is if it's an immutable characteristic or not. I think it's a lot worse if somebody's going after somebody for something they can't change, like sucking dick, as you said, or being black or brown or whatever the fuck. Well, and therefore, we need to protect those people a lot more. Go on.
I have a question now. Do you think that being a TERF is not an immutable characteristic?
No, of course it's not an immutable characteristic.
Explain why.
Because why would that be immutable? Why wouldn't that be able to change? I might.
Are you religious? Hold on. Are you religious? Are you an atheist or like are you?
I'm an atheist. Yeah.
So am I. Okay. Okay. If you can change your beliefs, become a Christian right now.
That's not the thing, though, right? I mean, turfism is
Sure it is.
broadly based in misinformation. Like 90% of the time, if you ask a turf about trans people and what they're up to, they will not tell you like actual verifiable facts most of the time.
I know.
Right.
I know
You know
TERFs
that there a
personally, I
lot
know.
of them are like mentally ill, scared women who are like exaggerating, who've taken this one issue, they've seen that other people got scared over it, and now they're joining in. They're being evil and angry over it because they don't know what to do.
Let me put it this way then. So you're obviously not a TERF then.
I'm not a TERF, no. I'm lots of trans people who like me.
If being a TERF is a choice, then become a TERF right now for 5 minutes. Truly believe in everything that's part of their ideology, and then turn back.
Again, you're asking. This isn't like a comparable situation, you know?
Well, can you do it though?
Can I do it? What can I become?
Can you choose your beliefs?
I mean, I think it depends. It depends. You can choose how educated you are on them. You can choose how you choose to approach them and how much trust you give your beliefs. I make an effort to be questioning.
Dev, hold on, Dev.
Yeah.
Which do you think is easier, to become no longer a TERF or to become no longer black?
Well, ask Michael Jackson. He figured it out before he died, right? But no, I understand the point.
30 years.
But the issue ultimately is that we don't choose our beliefs. Now, our beliefs can change over time. By the way, that's why I have a stack of books, and I have read most of them, for fuck's sake. Everyone was going on about that on Twitter. But like the idea is that you can change your beliefs over time with a lot of introspection and a lot of study. You cannot change your beliefs in, say, 5 minutes. You can't.
Mm-hmm.
You hold your beliefs.
Sure.
And you hold them tightly. Most people do. So this idea, like when you say what
I'm
you're
not
appealing to,
against
when you
people
say
having beliefs, though. I'm
No,
against
I'm
them
not saying you are. I'm
expressing
not saying you
beliefs
are.
that are harming. Okay, go on.
Okay, I'm not saying you are. You're saying that it should be things that are immutable conditions should be protected. Now, the reason why they should be is because they can't be changed. That's the main reason, right? Because, like for example, there are some immutable conditions you might what's a good example? Typhoid Mary is a good example. All right, it was an immutable condition of her biology that she was spreading typhoid fever around, and she was oppressed by the state for it because it was like necessary to do, right? So the idea it isn't the immutable condition itself, because we have instances where we have oppressed people for their immutable conditions. The point is that they're not hurting anyone and they can't be changed. That's it. Now, when it comes to beliefs, they can't be changed, not right away anyway, and unless they're committing violence, they actually are not hurting anyone.
Okay. I mean, I think that's like, pretty clearly wrong. Even if they're not committing violence themselves, they can be, first of all, enabling violence. When we look at like the process for somebody to become radicalized, the first step, I mean, after political and personal grievances, this is the model of radicalization to terrorism among lone wolves in the US, by the way. This is from a study. And then after the first step of having grievances, the next one is like finding online sympathizers or an extremist group with which you identify yourself. And then they take advantage of the people who are like, they're desperate, looking for identity. They're like sad and that kind of thing. So if you have these people going out who are like loudly touting these angry, hateful ideas, it does tend to, I think it has a capacity to draw in these people who then might actually act violently. Even if these initial people aren't, I think promoting that kind of speech where you're talking about people like they're inhuman, like they're planning to take over the world, like they're planning to kill you, I think that is somebody who's actively aiding violence, even if they might not be actively saying like, hey, I'm going to whack someone, or did just whack someone.
To that point, and Dev, if I may, you would have to acknowledge that allowing people to express these beliefs and things does increase the risk that people are going to adopt these beliefs and then follow through on these beliefs. Do you not agree with that? Like, you can see there is kind of a through line here, right? Where it's like a funnel. You'll have a lot of people who believe it. You'll have less people who act upon it, but again, there will be some. And there will be even less who act violently upon it, etc. Right? We can imagine that there is a risk to allowing these beliefs to be spread, is there not?
I mean, like that's why speech has to be protected, right? Is because it is actually important and it is actually powerful because it changes people's minds. The only issue ultimately is what you said earlier, Wick, is like you mentioned all of these things that radicalization does to people as they go down the radicalization pipeline, and they eventually become violent if it goes that far. But we can apply this to the turf who feels scared at the LGBT rally, right? We can apply this to the Antifa member who's throwing bricks through windows. We can apply this to a whole bunch of different groups who have all become radicalized through speech and then committed violence, right?
Okay. I mean, I would say if these people are also putting other people in danger the same way that those people are, and they are going to end up harming innocent people, then yeah, treat them the same. Given if they
So
are
you're
actually
okay
putting
with
people in
arresting
danger.
the rioters at BLM, to be clear?
I mean, if they're like, I mean, I think that also
The
depends.
looters, the ones who
My
stole all those stuff at
my
the iPhone store
ethical
recently, right?
my ethical rule in regards to riots is that they should be trying to target buildings and property belonging to the people they're rioting against. I think it's like kind of retarded and useless to burn down like a Denny's trying to get civil like more rights and protections or something. I think it does
You
make
mean
more
January
sense
6th?
to
So you mean January 6th?
I
Because
mean,
they were rioting against the power structure that they thought was harming them. Like,
right.
there you go.
Yeah, I mean, January 6th is a great example also of why you need to prevent this kind of speech, because then you have a bunch of people like insane Jan 6ers who've been listening to like QAnon for ages, and they're like, oh, this is it. This is the storm. It's finally happening. Time to go and do a crime that'll put me in prison for 2 years, you know? Like,
No, I know. Listen, I'm not on the side of the January 6th people, all right?
I know, and
That
that's
was
why I'm
too
like
retarded.
confused about how
Like-
lenient you are, because I think you're not that stupid. At least I don't
because they
believe
were
you're that
violent.
stupid.
That's the difference. They were violent.
But I mean, you could say that they were, according to your logic, they could have like done everything. They could have gone, they could have gone like right up to the fucking door, and as long as they didn't whack anybody and they were all there and just shouting like vaguely angry things, and they weren't making any like
Sure.
clear direct threats, that would be fine to you.
Yes.
That
Would
seems
that not be fine to you? Hold on. Karl Marx, would you be okay with them again? They didn't do any violence. They didn't break any property. They didn't break any laws. All they're doing is being angry and disagreeable. You would arrest them for that?
I wouldn't arrest them for that. I would want it to not exist in the first place, though, because the whole reason a bunch of them were there was like as a
Also, thank you,
consequence of
Santel, for the raid.
misinformation.
Anyway, appreciate you.
What?
Can you repeat that? I just got raided. Sorry.
Console rated.
Yeah,
Yeah.
console raided. Repeat that for me, please.
Wait, shit, what was I saying?
January 6th rioters, they're based. That's what you're saying?
Don't fucking tell me that, you fucker. Wait, god damn it. Wait, do you remember?
Apologies. Okay, so yes, I
fucker.
asked you would be okay with, and again, I apologize for that. My bad.
It's okay, I forgive you.
Yeah, well, thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, if the January 6th rioters hadn't broke anything, hadn't beaten up anyone, hadn't broken any laws, and were simply in front of the White House protesting, being angry and disagreeable, you'd be okay with arresting them, is what I asked you. And
I think that the goal of the law should be to prevent bad shit from happening again. I think if these people, if arresting these people would help them be fucking safer and not do more stupid shit, because they were like about to, I think that would be okay. But generally, you should try and enact rehabilitative measures and preventative measures in the first place, so it doesn't even like come to happen.
So you would be okay with arresting them only in the sense that it would prevent future people from protesting against the government in that way?
It depends. It depends again. I mean, I think punishment will vary from person to person, and also with like, case by case, depending on how like intensely someone's going at it. If someone was standing outside chanting "Kill Mike Pence," which many of them were, then maybe they should be carrying a higher sentence for doing that and like carrying a firearm than somebody who was just like walking around with a flag on, like that little old lady. Do you know the picture of that little old lady at the Capitol? She looks kind of cute and silly, like her. She probably wasn't.
Yes,
Yeah. See, like she probably
was
wouldn't
walking
need.
around, yeah.
She would probably be fine, and like she probably wouldn't do it
She's a
again
weak
after like
woman who can't
4
do
days
anything.
in prison. You know.
Well, here's the thing. I don't think that you would be willing to extend this kind of charitability if it were a similar riot from the other side. If it were a bunch of let's say proletarian revolutionaries who were coming to overthrow capitalism.
I think I would be probably equally critical. I mean, it really depends.
so?
My main criticism when it comes to like revolutionary behavior and that kind of thing is that, again, I'm democratic. Most people do not want that. You know, I don't want to put the populace through something that they don't want to be put through. And, you know, radical factions from either the right or the, you know, quote left, you know, pretending to be authoritarian, almost like fucking almost fascistic, and then saying you're left, but whatever. But like,
the
I think
authoritarian left is still on the left. Don't cope about that. They're still leftists.
look, you believe what you want to believe, okay? But no.
We want to go down a rabbit hole. There's such a thing as left fascists. If you want to go deep into theory, you got to read, man.
Oh, I don't know
Look.
if I want to go into that deep into theory.
Yeah.
I guess. Look, at the end of the day, I'm really curious. Because full disclosure, I'm pretty absolute in my free speech, not 100%, but I am a very big advocate simply because the mechanisms that we create in order to stop the people who we think are the bad speakers are invariably going to be used against groups and peoples that we think speech should be protected. So we have
That's
to
not
keep
true.
that shield strong, even though bad actors sometimes hide behind them, and I will acknowledge they are bad actors and there is a risk to it. I think that there is a greater risk into weakening that shield so we can punish the bad guys, but that's just me. Anyway, so yeah.
Here's the thing. Here's the black pill on free speech. All
Oh
right?
no.
Everyone wants to limit speech that goes against their ideas.
I don't
And
think
that's
that's
just how it is.
true though.
It's
I don't think that's true.
absolutely
What
true.
I'm asking
You
for
do,
in terms
but
of
you do.
free speech is like pretty clear, right? Is protect classes.
Lay it out for me real quick. Go ahead.
Okay, protect classes of people who are more likely to be at risk of being fucking socially oppressed or potentially, you know, genocided or something. You know, protect people with for their fucking immutable characteristics. Don't allow speech which is fucking repetitive and has the clear intent of dehumanization, of like purely destructive intent, basically, right? Where the point is clearly it's something like Valid Els, who you see post about trans people's suicides on like a regular basis, or talking about trans people who've like hurt themselves or something, and like posting that and being like, haha, look, I got them, or something, you know? Like their existence pretty much almost entirely boils down to dehumanizing, to attacking, to harming as much as possible this one group of people who, you know, really can't do anything about who they are and you know, how their brain is wired, you know?
Mm-hmm. Well, none of this went against what I said, though, because you still want to censor speech based on your own ideas. Like you have
Well,
a
it's
moral
about immutable
preference.
characteristics, though. It's not about
Yeah,
just
but
like...
that's your moral preference, though. Your moral preference is to protect people with immutable characteristics. If you were someone who didn't give a shit about immutable characteristics, you wouldn't care, right?
Well, I don't really know what this point is.
Well, the point is that, like, if you look at so generally, like, a fascist government will suppress anti-fascist speech, obviously. A socialist government will generally suppress anti-socialist speech. A liberal government tends to suppress anti-liberal speech, right? A monarchist government will suppress speech against the monarchy.
I don't think you need to suppress anti-socialist speech. I think if
you
the
absolutely do.
if the majority.
Okay, here, let me put it this way, man. If you had like your socialist utopia and you had like a bunch of people agitating for capitalism, the Red Guard would snap down on that shit so quickly, you have no idea.
You're presupposing that every socialist government is going to be authoritarian. I don't think that's necessary. And I think that if we did have the socialism that I want and the socialism that, you know, most socialists are advocating for, people would see pretty quickly why it's better than capitalism. I mean, I think there are people who advocate for capitalism heavily and they really want it. But those people, as capitalism is, are in the minority, right? Because capitalism serves to help the minority, like the financial minority.
So your argument is basically, once people understand how awesome my ideas are, they won't want to go back. Everyone says that about their ideas, though. Like,
yeah,
that's the thing.
I mean, that's how populism or any democratic political movement is going to work, right?
Well, any political movement, democratic or not, but yeah, fair.
Yeah, pretty much. No, the idea is that, like, everyone has their own moral intuitions, and those moral intuitions will inform their politics, and then they will preferably, if they could, censor speech that goes against that. All right. That's why you have like Muslim countries that will not allow you to be blasphemous, you know, things like that. Every society defines what they consider to be intolerable and then shuts it out. It's
I mean, I can
like,
explain with every single one why I think they're like wrong or bad or
Sure,
different.
if you'd allow me, though.
This argument is really just like you have opinions, and it's like, yeah,
If
I
you
have
allow
opinions.
me.
So do you. I don't.
Someone's
Go
paid
on,
me
mate.
$50 to ask you a couple questions.
Oh,
Is that
no.
okay?
Me?
I'm gonna
Or
take
him?
money. I'm a capitalist. Okay, so $50. Karl Marx. This is
Oh,
from Mark
boy.
Twain's Revenge. Okay, Karl Marx. So that's what they call you, not me.
Nice.
Some questions for you. 1. Which industries would you nationalize? 2. How would you
Ooh.
nationalize them? 3. Would you seize property against the will of owners? 4. Would you fairly compensate
Holy
owners?
shit,
5.
dude! What the fuck?
Would you use?
oh my
violence?
god.
Okay, you can pick one. I'll answer one of those. I'm not going to go through every
well,
5 questions.
sorry, they paid me $50. I'm gonna do what they say. Sure.
too.
Well, let's just choose. Would you seize property against the will of owners in order, if it could move you closer to your co-op market socialist utopia? Would you seize property against the will of the rich, like billionaire stuff who owned 1,000 homes, weren't using them? Would you by force take that away from them?
I mean, if it was like fucking democratically, like a democratically agreed
Yes.
upon development, then
80%
yes.
of people said, yeah, take the billionaire stuff. You would be okay with that? You would do it?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, like,
fair enough.
obviously give them enough to fucking survive and be like, exist as people comfortably, but obviously a billionaire probably doesn't need most of their stuff.
Sure. What about a millionaire?
Millionaire?
Yeah, a millionaire has 5 homes. Would you take 4 of them?
A millionaire that has 5 homes, would I take 4 of them?
80% of people want you to take 4 of the millionaire's 5 homes. Would you do it?
Probably. I mean, I think it depends. Again, I think you could make an argument for some people having 2 homes, but it depends on like the distribution, how many homes are available,
Three's
if that were
just
possible for
right
more
out,
people.
Right? 2's good. 3's right out.
Listen,
Yeah,
Max.
I mean, look, I think again, it depends on their usage. If there's somebody who like lives and works between 2 different places, obviously they're gonna need one more space to live
I
in.
understand. We're assuming in this question that they don't need it for anything. They just like it. They're just like,
Oh, if they don't need it for anything and they're like not like using it regularly as well, then I mean, sure, take it away from them. They don't need it.
Listen, it is the chat's democratic will that you answer all 5 questions.
Oh my fucking god. Okay.
they are kind of mad at you right now.
They're mad. I feel like your chat's always going to be mad at me. We're a bit ideologically opposed.
Here, let me put it this way. Right, like when it comes to, you know, what speech you censor, or I guess what you don't allow in your society. It is just having opinions, but it's more than just having opinions, right? Like, what makes it legitimate that you take the 5 homes? Well, for you, from your point of view, I assume that it's because like you see like ownership as being a function of use. If you don't use them, they can be somebody else's, right?
Mm-hmm.
I see them as being a function of, did you build them or did you buy them, right? Property ownership. So we have different moral foundations that bring us into these two different things. But like, which one is more or which one's better, really? I mean, well, that comes down to, well, okay, are there better outcomes? I mean, maybe, but also what decides if there's better outcomes? That still comes down to our moral foundations. So this is like, well,
I mean,
it's one of those.
I don't know.
Go ahead. Go on. What are you gonna say?
I think you're talking about like, I don't know. I think you can approach things from a utilitarian, like humanitarian framework pretty easily. I don't know. I don't think it's that hard to figure out how to try and maximize the happiness of the most people possible.
Sure.
I feel like that should be the goal of any political system.
If 80% of the population was happier if trans people didn't exist, would that be okay to you? They'd be happier.
What the fuck?
We're doing our utilitarian calculus, and I can make 80% of the population happier, right? By eliminating a certain group that I don't like.
That precedent would be a bad one to set. We do not want society to be getting rid of minorities. Therefore, no.
So,
I mean, as I said,
the
protect
argument
protected
then that it
classes.
perhaps would be a bad precedent to set, even if 80% of the people don't like what a certain group is saying, to prevent that 80% of that people from being able to shut down the speech of the minority group in beliefs, right? I'm not talking about immutable characteristic, but a minority group of beliefs. You can understand why that might set a bad precedent, right?
I mean, I think it depends, again, as I said.
To be fair, I say it depends a lot too, because a lot of these issues are complicated.
That's my
But
answer to everything. Yeah, I mean, as you should be, though. As you should be.
The issue ultimately is that if you're just doing a purely utilitarian calculus for your morality, in my opinion, I've never met anybody who was utilitarian who wasn't just coping. No offense. It's just because we know where morality comes from psychologically, and it's intuition, and the calculus comes second, right? We have certain feelings, and then we calculate how we feel about them later. Like it's I mean, you know, like Jonathan Haidt, you know his research. You know
I
the
do
deal?
not. Enlighten me.
Okay. He wrote a book called the Righteous Mind. He's done a whole bunch of studies in the psychology of morality. He outlined basically 6 axes on which you can measure people's morality. He found he found that like certain political alignments, they map very heavily onto certain feelings about what certain things are moral and what
That
aren't.
makes sense. Yeah.
And
Okay.
so like here, just give me a second, all right? Here,
Yeah, feel free. Pull it up. Send it to me.
Okay.
If you're doing that.
He wrote The Coddling of American Mind too. It's a very good book.
He did. It's a very good book. Here, I'll give you
The American Mind.
The Coddling of the American
education
Mind.
system and how it's coddling the young by not challenging their beliefs. Gotcha.
Okay, so
yeah, no, I've noticed that Americans seem like kind of stupid sometimes. Unfortunately, I feel bad for them.
So here we go. Moral foundations theory explains the origin. I'm not American. Don't care. Explains the origin. Oh, wait, are you American, Wick?
I am. I care, but
cupped.
wrong.
Imagine.
I can't care that much. Look, Canadian, German, British, not American. You're all eventually going to be American when the imperial hegemony really kicks in. So
I wouldn't mind.
You're not American yet.
Canada's pretty.
You're not American yet.
So yeah, moral foundations theory explains the origins of and variation in human moral reasoning. And so basically, the 6 axes there: care, harm, fairness, cheating, loyalty, betrayal, authority, subversion, sanctity, degradation, liberty, oppression. So those basically, we have certain emotions based on these 6 measurements, and that is where we get our morality from. And all of the like consequentialist calculation, utilitarian, that's all just like post hoc rationalization.
Right. Isn't that how a lot of morality should function, though? That you post hoc figure out what's actually legit and what isn't? Because if not, then you're just listening to your every instinct, which is probably a bad idea, because then you're at like the whim of your biases.
I don't know, man. Vosh called this fascist once, so I feel like I'm a
Wait,
fascist
he called
now.
what fascist?
He said using like moral intuition was fascist. It was like an offhand comment.
I think I heard him say moral objectivism is fascist, which I could agree with.
Basically, the idea is like lots of like very left-leaning people, very progressive people, their personality type or their predilections lead them to like heavily focused on care harm, right? Lots of conservatives, they heavily focus on like loyalty, betrayal. Lots of fascists focus on authority and subversion. Libertarians, liberty and oppression, right? So there's like political groups that kind of gravitate around these 6 moral senses. They operate almost like senses, you know. And so basically, when you say it is more moral that we steal the 5 houses and give them to people who need them, you're operating on moral intuitions that not everyone might share. So if you come to me and say you think differently, you're immoral. Well, what's actually happening is that we just have different psychology.
This is a measurable thing, though, right? You can say each person like needs a space to live and needs shelter. Like I don't. It's
well,
like
yeah, but like it depends if you value giving them that shelter more than you value other things, right? Because maybe you have the personality type where you actually value keeping intact some very strict regulations on property rights, and you don't just want to go around seizing everyone's stuff and giving them to people who need it more.
Perhaps an oversimplified, but maybe more easy to understand values, the dichotomy between safety and freedom, right? We'd all give up some safety or for more freedom, but where we draw that line will differ depending on how much we value safety versus how much we value freedom.
And that will probably also come into why we have different views on free speech, right? You want people, like especially people who are, let's say, more marginalized, to feel more safe as they move through the public space. I want people to be more free to say certain things, and we're just going to have different like moral foundations.
My main I mean, I want marginalized people to be okay. One of my main issues with like far right bullshit online and like radical bullshit is like the kind of the culty predatory aspect of it and how it like kind of goes after what feels to be like some people who are pretty left behind by society, which tends to be the case with like most like terrorists or whatever, most radicals, is that it's people who like suffered in some way, they felt they had like no value, and then they went and they were basically like indoctrinated by like these groups of people who, you know, like
I mean, I don't disagree.
Mm-hmm.
I don't disagree. I think you're onto something there, but I see that happening on the left as well all the time. I mean,
right, but that's not going to lead to.
Sure. Oh, it absolutely will. You're a Vosh fan. I don't know how much of him you've watched, but there's been so many streams of his where he's like led people right up to the edge of violence. I'm like, listen, the far right's coming for you. You got to arm up. You got to fucking, and it's just like, geez, calm the fuck down, dude.
I mean, he says he does have that thing about trans people arming themselves. I don't know how much I believe in that. I'm generally not very like pro gun. Like all the statistics I see as well suggest that if it's like somebody who's like got like mental health issues, you should not be telling them to get a gun. Seems like a terrible idea, right?
Wait, are you saying trans people have mental health issues?
Yeah, I'm saying people who are oppressed by society are going to be more likely to be not doing so great.
Well, hold on. It's not just that. I mean, here, hold on. Is gender dysphoria a mental illness?
Oh, Jesus. I would say it's a symptom.
A symptom? What is
a symptom of your existence? I mean, I guess you could say, I don't know. I don't want to classify it as an illness. I would say it's more of a situation, a state you're in.
Okay, well, is it a negative state?
Well, yeah,
let's not go too far down the trans rabbit hole, gang. I'm going to throw a flag on the play. Okay, I don't want to. I know we aren't prepared for that discussion. In this discussion, if we wanted to have it, I would like everyone to be a little more prepared, including me.
Oh, I'm ready.
I mean, I'm
not.
Okay.
Okay.
Not for you.
I'm
another
not.
day.
So I'm more than willing to have that conversation, but I'm calling a flag on this play. We're going to steer clear of that for the time being. I'm not against having that conversation. I'm against having that conversation this second.
Okay.
I did want to ask.
Is that related to anything for trans stuff, like at all, or just like
no? Trans stuff is fine, but trans stuff being in mental illness specifically, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You good? You good?
Right.
Yeah.
Fine by me.
Okay. I don't know how much because we're kind of like circling a little bit on some things. Would you both be okay with me opening this up to bring callers on? If
I'm
would
down.
That be okay? To maybe
unless SFO, is there anything else you want to talk through?
Yeah.
I mean, we can do that, but I mean, there's a few topics that we kind of like we missed in the previous.
If you feel like you want to dig into more, by all means. Yeah. I just don't want to.
There's a few we missed. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead,
I mean, we were talking about market socialism earlier, and there was like definitely something I wanted to get into that we didn't get into, if that's all right. And also you asked me why I stopped being a Marxist. I can tell you that story too, if you like.
Oh, I would love to hear, please.
So, yeah, I mean, there's the problem that we went over of the like buying and selling firms, right? And you don't think that's a problem? I think it's a major problem because that's just what founding a business is.
That's a very specific problem that I've not had like the opportunity to look into. Now that you've brought it up to me, it is something that I will research, and I'll probably be able to give you a good answer next time. But right now, I'm just not prepared for it. There are like a million. I think with every economic system, you could probably find some stipulation where it would eat shit with if like the current rules were maintained there. So you know, I don't think that's like a super defeating point, but I can't really give you a good retort there.
So I guess another thing is if you have, let's say you have profit sharing, right? Because now there's no more capitalist extracting surplus value. They're not scraping it off the top of the workers. Everything is going to the workers, right? So everyone. So I assume that profit sharing
not everything
also mean profit loss.
Oh, what you mean, like sharing like lower revenue if you make less money in a month or something?
Yeah, or if your business goes bankrupt, everyone has to pay it back, right? Like now, if you owe creditors, like your business is fucked. Now every worker has to pay back something because you've gone bankrupt, right? Like if the business has loans, you have to pay back. Like
I think that would depend again on how it's structured in terms of how much money people can have, how much they can invest, and that kind of thing. It would be
okay, sure. How does business expansion work?
business expansion. How do you mean? How does it work? In what sense?
So let's say you have your 10 workers and they all co-own a business, and let's say they all do the same amount of work, 10%, and the business is booming, and you have more business you can shake a stick at, and it's time to expand the business. You're gonna like build a second location, you're gonna build a second store for your business. Okay, how do you raise the capital to build that second store?
How do you raise the capital? Well, you make money. I mean, I guess.
Well, sure, but all the money is going to the 10 workers personally.
Well, that would be that would be a terrible like organization of it, right? You wouldn't have all the money being distributed equally among the workers. You would have like an equitable wage, a wage that's like actually appropriate and feasible for them, but then you'd have a larger probably sum of money which goes into the company and which you're meant to reuse. I would have it so that after that you raise fucking corporate tax, so if they do hold on to their money for ages, that they do get tax on it, but that they're then encouraged to spend it before that happens, so they can continue to contribute to the economy.
So the business itself will have its own fund and then be like keep some of its money, and then the rest of it will go to the workers, basically.
No, I mean, yeah, that's how businesses work.
That's how it works now, yeah. But I mean, isn't that called surplus value now? Like that the business keeps the excess profit for itself.
Well, no, because it's going back into the workers' pockets. The way it is right now that people are complaining about most, apart from the like uneven pay hierarchies, it is people don't like the fact that like 20% or like 30% of a company's profits like go to the CEO or something, you know?
Okay.
Well, how would this work?
There's reasons for that, but
if I may, how would this work in your democratic system, right? Where if 80% of the workers, right, you run a production facility, and there's different jobs in production, and say 80% of your producers make widgets, and 20% of your producers make widgets. I don't know, I'm making shit up here.
Sure.
And those 80% vote that the widget guys should make more money, and the widget guys should make less money. What protections would you have in place to prevent things like that?
I mean, I think it would
because that would absolutely happen. You understand that, right? Like that would absolutely be the case.
Yeah. This is actually my next objection, is that basically one of the goals of socialism is to abolish class. It's to basically end class conflict by abolishing the classes themselves. And the issue ultimately is that in market socialism, you don't the class interests don't become aligned, because now you have different classes based on jobs. And jobs in the workplace. Like if you ever worked at
the goal is to reduce class disparity as much as possible until it's gone, right? I think maybe it could come to the point where you do have a degree of pay disparity, but it would be it would not be to the point that it would be creating like totally other classes, right? It would be like the difference between somebody who's making like 70 grand a year and is working like, I don't know, 30 hours a week, and someone who's working 40 hours a week and is making like 80 grand a year. And then like that's as far as it gets, or like 85 maybe at most.
Well, I mean, in a Marxist sense, like what a class means is determined by the relationship to the means of production. And you have the workers and owners, right? But if you get rid of owners, you still have different types of workers with different relationships to the means of production. You know, the example that I could give you is like, let's say if you ever worked in a restaurant before, right? Front of house workers and back of house workers, they have very different jobs and very different interests on the job. And you can see like a restaurant where you have these two groups of people who have different interests. They end up fighting each other using their democracy, because like You're now okay. Well, are there more waitresses or are there more like cooks? And it's like, well, what are they going to vote on? And like,
Well,
you know,
people should be,
are the cooks going to like put the food like are the
when it
cooks going to
comes
carry the
to
food out to
a
like a bar?
workplace
Like there's
democracy,
so many. Mhm.
when it comes to a workplace democracy, you should have people be making decisions over the sectors they work in. I mean, like it also depends on like the size of the thing, but
Over the
if you,
sectors. What do you
well,
mean by that?
by that I mean that if you shouldn't have a fucking janitor voting on what's going to happen to the like accounting person. Like if that people will like vote, they will have democratic influence to the stuff that's like relevant to them. So if there is something like, you know,
Oh, you're a corporatist. Is that where we're going with this?
how am I a corporatist?
Okay, I mean, sorry, I meant like classical. I don't mean like modern. Like, corporatism nowadays means like corporations rule. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. Corporatism was an Italian economic theory from like the 1910s, where they basically believed that the economy should be divided up by industry, and each industry should be like self-sufficient and should rule itself.
That's not what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
What I'm thinking, if I might try to translate here, what I think Max is saying, correct me if I'm wrong, is that a cook should not be able to vote on what a waiter or waitress does or the influence there, right? Like that they should be segmented and segregated to an extent. Is that
Obviously,
correct,
I
Max?
think there should be like company-wide votes for a lot of things, for stuff that is pertaining to everybody in the company. But if it's like something like people voting on if they want to invest money in a coffee machine for their break room, or a fucking, I don't know, something else, then it should be pertaining to those people who are working there, right? Especially if it's not something that will affect other people within the company. If it is stuff that will affect other people within the company and so on a larger scale, then yeah, they should have influence over it.
Okay, so this is like stakeholder democracy then. Like, if your job is affected by the decision, you should vote on it.
Sure.
Okay. I have another question about expansion, though, to go back.
Mhm.
Because, let's say that you want to expand the business, but in most cases, like most businesses don't have the capital to expand. They can't buy they have to like, get out a loan, right? How would getting out a business loan work?
How would getting a business loan work? Look, man.
Yeah. This is a very important part of running a business, is getting a loan for your expansion. Like, every business does this, every single firm.
Mhm. I mean, yeah, this isn't a thing that I've got like clearly laid out yet, you know? I don't think we're quite at that point. Like, I get where your question is coming from. I do think that it's something that there is probably a solution to, and I could probably figure out had I had enough time to, you know, work it out. But I don't think that you can just
To be fair, this was a free speech debate, and I understand. So we're not gonna,
and I did ask to not have it be so focused on. I wanted it to stay focused on free speech as well, but then apparently Wick didn't tell you. Yeah.
Wait, no,
Nope.
but I did ask you right now during the debate, are you guys okay with the going down rabbit holes? And you said yes, you consented to it.
Yeah. Yeah, but in my prep, it wasn't very clear that we would be discussing so many topics, but that's okay. That's okay.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, I have looked into market socialism quite a bit over the years. I'm not convinced by the theory. I think it has too many just unworkable parts, personally. Knowing, like, as I've gotten older and I've been more involved in various different types of jobs and sectors, I've just realized that it doesn't work. There's too many things that it just does more inefficiently than the current system, which is why I'm fine with, like,
If you want
third way
efficiency,
Democrats stuff.
Okay.
But, like, in terms of socialists, no, I think it doesn't work.
I think if you cared about efficiency, being pro-capitalism feels cringe.
Why?
Because I feel like capitalism is kind of, it becomes like this endless self-serving mess, right? Where you just have like the same efficiency won't necessarily go up if the company's like making money in their set, right? Like you have that, God, what's that one thing that happened like 100 years ago where all the people who were making the light bulbs decided to make them a little bit more shit just so they could keep on selling them? Like that kind of thing. Yeah, like planned obsolescence, right?
Well, see, that's why I'm not like an anarcho-capitalist or libertarian or anything like that, right? Like I am for regulated capitalism. I do like capitalism with like welfare systems and those sort of things in place, but you still maintain private property, you still maintain the commodity form. Like there are ways to balance between these two extremes, where you have, let's say, the gross inefficiencies of monopolies on one end, and then you have the stagnation of socialism on the other end. You can thread the needle there, and we've been doing it very well for a long time.
Oh, okay. I mean, I disagree with you, but.
Oh man, you've seen that meme graph posted by like Project Liberal, where it's like everyone's getting richer, and you have the world hunger going down over the past 100 years, shit like that.
You're gonna bring
That's
up
all
Project
true, man.
Liberal to me?
Yes, we're figuring it out. We're doing it.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Liberalism
I don't
is
think that's gonna win me over.
It's based.
It's based? They make like the
based.
worst, shittest memes I've ever seen. It's so sad.
Yeah, the memes are pretty bad, but like the data is there though. Like we're making the world better. It just takes time. We'll get there.
I mean, thing is, right? It's not like I think that you're like destroying the world or whatever. I think you have some shitty opinions, but generally it sounds like you and I pretty much want similar development over the next, like at least over the next short terms of time, which is why I don't really care to be like super combative or whatever if you like disagree or you can't like imagine a way to solve like one or two issues in market socialism, because for now it doesn't really matter, we got shit to do.
It's not happening, it's not happening. Yeah.
I mean, I think we'll get there. I think some kind of socialism is probably inevitable, but we'll see.
Just real quick, I wanted to give some parity here. Dev here has been asking you a lot of questions. If you have questions for him and you want to grill him on some of his takes, please, by all means, I want to give you that chance and opportunity.
You did ask why I stopped being a Marxist and like what I was reading. Is that?
Oh yeah.
You still want to hear about that or?
Yeah, feel free. Okay. Come on. Let's
sure.
Change my mind.
Well, let's see here. Give me just a second. Yes, okay, I got it. All right, so you know who James Burnham is?
That rings a bell. Who?
Yeah, so he's like a conservative political theorist. He was a Trotskyist in his youth.
Oh no!
And he was a Trotskyist. Yeah, he was a trot. He was a fucking trot.
Cringe.
But he basically adapted a lot of the things that he learned while on the left to writing conservative political theory. And I think
that's interesting.
Personally,
that feels contradictory.
Of course, everything's contradictory in politics. It's just how it is. I have basically I don't agree with everything he says. There's some problems with it, but I think that his class analysis is more relevant to the modern day than Marx's is. I think basically Marx's class analysis has been superseded, because well, the proletariat and the bourgeois don't really take on the same forms they did back in Marx's day.
I mean, sure.
Burnham, well, things like capitalism is very different than it was 200 years ago.
Right, but also Marx's like prediction of how capitalism would go rings fairly true in a lot of ways, right?
It rings fairly false in some other ones, definitely. I think there are some things he didn't predict for sure. Well, let me do this first. So he wrote a book called The Managerial Revolution, and he theorized of another class emerging in the post 1945 liberal consensus, and it was the managerial class. And the idea would be that where the bourgeois, they're property owners but they don't work, and then the proletariat, they're workers that don't own property. The managerial class would be basically they would be empowered by the state to control property that they don't own, and that they would basically be the movers and shakers of politics in, let's say, the post-socialist era. And he ended up being mostly correct. Now you have like what's his fucking name? The guy who always talks about like ESG scores. Who's that guy? He's a YouTuber. Scores? Fucking
couldn't tell you.
Hold on. Is it this fucking guy? James Lindsay. You know him?
Oh, wait. What does he do again? What? I've seen him be cupped somewhere. He looks like sand. I don't know.
He seems to be a nice guy, and he seems to have like his heart in the right place. But
I think he's just stupid. Like that's.
I think he's wrong like a lot of things.
Yeah.
But like.
Oh, he's friends with Alex Jones. That's why I know him. I think.
Okay. I didn't know that. No, like he talks about like, the ESG scores and,
Was
Klaus
is
Schwab and the WEF, the
Oh
International
yeah.
Monetary Fund, like all this shit, right?
Definitely not
And
just the Jews or something, you know.
well, the thing is like these organizations probably do want to have more power than they do. I think the
Yeah.
right wing kind of paints them as being these boogeymen that they're not really there. But if they could be what the right wing paints them as, they would be, I think.
A lot of what I think I see from the right feels like misplaced anti-capitalism, right? I'm sure you've seen it as well if you're an
Like
ex-Marxist, but
the mega communism stuff, like shit like that.
or like just I mean any like big anti-Semitic conspiracy theory basically just boils down to being like, oh no, there are these people who are really rich and they keep on controlling everything and they're bad, but it's exclusively the Jews. If they took out the Jews part, they would be right, you know? They would just be talking about like actual
I remember
elites.
a man who wanted to remove the Jews from things too.
No,
But
look,
anyway,
I'm
go
not
on.
that kind of German, okay? Look, don't do me like that.
So, I mean, these big like multi, they're not firms. What are they? They're like advocacy groups. I think like the World Economic Forum and things like this. Like these groups, they're the right wing's big boogeyman right now.
Mhm.
I think the right is more incorrect than correct about them. But I do think that if there was ever going to be a true like transnational managerial class that controlled property without actually owning it, it might come out of these institutions. And so that's probably something to look out for in the next 50 years or so. And even
Okay.
then, if you look at modern like liberal governments, there's a
Mhm.
lot of bureaucratic bloat in some of them. And you do
I
see a
mean,
lot of
yeah,
people
definitely. I won't contest that.
you yeah, you see a lot of people who they don't own anything, but they control a lot of other people's money and a lot of people's property through regulations. So
Mhm.
basically, Burnham took this more socialist mode of analysis, and he brought it over to a more conservative frame and said, "Hey, listen, you have big government implementing this class warfare from a different position." And so
Mhm.
I was like, oh, that actually makes a lot more sense than anything that Marx wrote about. Like, it makes more sense in the current era that we're living in, basically. That you
I
have
think
like
that
you have
depends
like
on.
government control of certain property and how
Mhm.
that intersects with capitalism. It's that makes more sense than Marx does, basically.
I mean, yeah, I think if you're gonna read something from Marx, who was born over like 200 years ago and stuff, obviously, you need to like historically be able to recontextualize it. You know, you can't. But I do think that a lot of it is very shockingly pretty reapplicable. So I need to get some water, so I'm just gonna go
Sure.
and do that and be
Go get
right
your
back.
water, bro.
We can
No,
see
I
you in a
hope you're
moment.
enjoying the conversation. I'm enjoying the conversation. I know this has gone
Is this too
far
long
away
for
from
you?
free speech,
Oh.
but I'm hoping everyone's having a good time. I think it's interesting stuff. Um, yeah, there's a lot here. I am not an economics guy. I'm just not as educated on Trotsky and such as you seem to be. So I'm not as prepared.
We can talk about
Moderate.
Hitler next if you want, and Hitler's economics.
Well, why are you saying that? Why do you assume I'm more educated on Hitler? Right?
Well,
I
What
heard we're
about
talking
me?
about Hitler.
that might need your permission. So
No,
okay,
if you
here.
want
Oh,
to talk about Hitler, go ahead. Again, as long as you don't break toss, talk about what you want. The only thing I threw a flag
what
on
do you want to
was
tell me about Hitler?
mental illness in
Okay.
trans people. So
Okay. How real do you think though? Like you see a lot of people on the right wing say this a lot. Like
Mhm.
like the Nazis were socialist because it has socialism in the name. You hear that a lot, right?
Mhm.
Like how much truth do you put into that? I assume like none.
Not much. There was a lot of work between the German government and companies, but it was more corporatism than it was like actual like socialization of anything. Because the people who own those corps did still continue to profit and like benefit a ton, right? They were just like in bed with the Nazis. It's not like the stuff actually belonged to the people or whatever, so it's not really socialist.
No, I mean, yeah, sure. I pretty much agree with that. No, because I read a book. It's on the shelf in the picture. It's called Hitler's Beneficiaries, and it basically goes over like Nazi economics. I don't know how educated
Sounds
you are. I
fun.
mean, you are in Germany, so, but I mean, I don't know
Vaguely.
if you know about
I
it.
got like
Yeah.
a solid degree of it.
He it's maybe you know some of the stuff then. Do you know Goetz Ali? He's a German historian. Heard of him?
Go. I would
Goetz
need to know the
Ali.
German pronunciation.
Okay, it's Gotzally.
Oh no, I do not know that one. Not familiar.
Okay. So basically, his experience was that he grew up in he was born in 47, and he grew up in West Germany during denazification, and he
Right.
remembers like all of his older family members. Like they would always say, "Listen, we're not anti-Semites. We don't hate the Jews. The Nazis were terrible." But man, did we have more food back during the 12 years of Nazi rule than we have now. We have like nothing right now. We're starving here. But back then we were living high on the hog. We had so much food. It was great.
Oh,
We had so much material wealth. It was incredible.
I mean,
And he asked himself,
post-war.
why, like, what, no, yeah, no, during the war, even during the war, it was like
Well,
they
during
had
the
all that
war
stuff,
being,
right?
yeah, I mean, that makes sense as well, though, right?
I mean, basically his thesis was that like there was socialistic aspects to Nazism in that there was a lot of wealth redistribution. There was a lot of stuff that socialists generally like, which like on the economic side, which is like
Yeah.
there's like there was like debt relief, and there was like rent control, and there was like there's tax cuts for the poor and all this shit. But it was basically meant to keep the population in line and passive so that they could do the other evil things. Right. So it wasn't like socialism out of the goodness of their hearts. It was let's give the people a whole bunch of shit.
I think that depends
so that they don't
well.
complain. So
I mean, if we look at like
Hitler,
Hitler's history as a politician, though, he was in a fucking like workers' party. That is why, I mean, when they merged with the nationalist party, they did have some goal of like helping the workers to a degree. I think that almost everyone has the same thought. They all think, I want the world to be the best place it can for all people, but it just depends on what they consider to be people, what they consider to be the world, what they consider to be the best, right? For the Nazis, people were like just white people, and therefore, if you are going to like go
Germans specifically, not just white. There were
sorry,
lots of whites that didn't mind killing.
I meant
It was Germans.
specifically like German Aryans. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, I can't remember what point I was making. But yeah, no, I'm not contesting that they could have had some degree of left-wing economic policy. The same way I won't contest that the USSR did too. But I will still shit on them for being shitty. But I'm not in denial. I won't be. I will gladly accept that there is like nuance to these things and stuff.
You are one of the only people on the left who hasn't been, because every time I like pull out my big stack of books and I'm like, look at this fucking shit, where I can show you exactly where you have like
it is a bad look.
Marxists,
I don't know.
like orthodox Marxists who end up coming around to being pro-Nazi if you just read and look at this, and it's like, come on, you have to understand. There's some links here, like there's some connections. It's not like...
Okay, don't say I'm pro-Nazi.
Not
That
you.
better
Well,
not be. Okay. No, I mean, I think like tankies though, if you get someone who's like actually is authoritarian, they will have great capacity to become a Nazi because the differences in beliefs really aren't that great at that point, Like I think there's like they are like shockingly similar. It's like the same fascist bullshit, It's like these people, they need to be better. They need to be doing stuff my way. They need to do it right. We need to stop the degeneracy. Fucking,
Yeah,
et cetera,
Marx is
et
so great.
cetera.
Why is he dead? Thanks, Testicle Johnson.
Real.
Yeah.
Appreciate
that. Well,
I'm no longer a Marxist now.
Okay. When you went and researched all my videos for this, like, did you watch the 3 forms of fascism? That's my big
I
one.
wanted to. I think I might have. I actually, you know what? I think I told ChatGPT to summarize it for me. I didn't want to watch that one.
There's no
in
way
full.
that did it properly. There's no way. You've seen that, right? I think you've seen that, right? Wick? I think I sent it to you like a few months ago.
You know what? It's been a while. So
I'm scrolling through your videos right
a lot
now.
of shit. Okay, my brain's been blowing up about this Brianna Wu stuff, so that's what I've been.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Didn't she get canceled by Sunday for some, like, it was like leaked DMs and like she actually looks great in them? Like, what the fuck?
Oh no, she said some cringe shit, I believe.
Yeah, she said some cringe shit, but they are trying to paint her out as being transphobic.
She said some weird shit about non-binary people,
and I think that's just silly. It's like what she said, what she did was be mean to someone else, right, in a group chat. That was her sin. She basically made fun of someone's looks in an unkind way.
Oh,
that was
no.
unkind. She should not have done that. But Sunday's trying to conflate it into being.
Well, it was in a way that was like directly attacking her gender identity, which is kind of like another deal. I do not believe though that the way that the left immediately jumps to like excising somebody and like trying to like ban them from
And
our
you do realize
domain.
that that's what they're trying to do, right?
I think that's what
Sunday's
some people are trying to do.
goal.
I think that's what a lot of people aren't trying to do, though. I do think Sunday is going a little bit over the top with it, but that seems to just be how he
A
is.
little
Kinda.
bit. Okay, fair enough.
I think his entire online career has been going over the top.
Hey, you cannot talk shit, fella. Okay, the amount of like
Sure I can. Watch me. I just did.
the amount of over the top bullshit I've gotten from you, dude. All right,
Like
you,
what?
Okay,
cannot-
let's get personal about this. What's the
Hit me
over
with
the
it.
top
Like what?
personal parasocial bullshit?
like you
that
getting
you've experienced
angry at
with
me
them?
blocking you, even though we'd like never interacted outside of me quote tweeting
I
you and
wasn't
making
angry.
fun of you.
I just thought it was really fucking funny.
Really?
You blocked me twice over nothing. Over
Well,
Twitter.
I
banter.
unblocked you once to respond to you.
Yeah, that's still twice.
Well, yeah, because you're annoying. I mean, you.
It's
What do you want me to
It's-
do? You know?
yeah, it's I don't fucking know, but it's fun, man. Like we're just, like I know I'm not angry with you at all. I am having fun.
I would
fucking around on Twitter.
gladly make the agreement to unblock you because I think you seem chill, right? I think I would enjoy interacting with you, provided you don't fucking witch
Troll
hunt
you
my
anymore?
audience. Yeah, don't go after me constantly. First of all, get off my dick. All right. Second of all, get off my audience's dick as well. Okay, don't give them
So
shit
what
if
do
you
what do
see
mean
them in
your
my
audience is good?
fucking.
What do you mean?
I've seen you. I saw you go after people in like my fucking replies or something. I don't know. It's like weird as well. I don't want like people getting like shit on
Are
my
you going
like
after
turf,
people
basically.
on Twitter, Dev? Is that what you're doing?
It appears in the timeline. I respond. I'm a simple man.
Fair enough.
Okay. I mean, look, we'll see. Okay,
Listen,
I'll
man,
think about it.
You can do whatever you like. It's fine. I am taking the piss. It's never nice to be blocked, but it's fine. Actually, it's okay.
Look,
if you can't
man.
handle the heat, I understand, my friend.
Okay.
I have no shame blocking people. Okay, you're annoying. I will fucking immediately. No shame.
I will stand this in that I think having moderation tools that allow individuals to choose who they can and cannot listen to for themselves is actually based and actually helpful towards free speech. I think
I
that
agree.
that doesn't
Yeah.
contradict at all. And so when people try to mock like, oh, this person's pro free speech, but they block someone, oh, it's not really the own they think it is. That's
Yeah.
freedom of association, which is a big part of free speech, I think.
Yeah, free
No, I
speech
completely agree with
includes
you, I
a
completely agree with
negative
you.
freedom to be disagreed with. Yeah.
I wasn't making you're pro free speech and yet you blocked me argument. I was making a you blocked me and you're a bitch argument. That was
Damn.
the argument I was making.
Fair.
Wait. Also, can I mention one other thing? I saw.
go on, go
I
on.
watched one of your latest video. I think it's the latest one you released. And at the end of
Which
that
one is it?
one, wait. Let me see. I'm scrolling up.
Let me see.
Oh wait, no. I watched the Storybook of Reality video. Which was fun. I think it was interesting. I think you have, as I said, I think you have generally good opinions, which is why it confused me that you have bad ones as well. But at the end of that one, okay, you bitched about us socialists blocking you on Twitter just to go and have their like silly little socialist opinions somewhere else, and I was very amused by that.
Oh, that wasn't you.
That wasn't me.
Dreamleaf. That was Dreamleaf.
Oh, that was Dreamleaf. Okay. Well, I'm friends with Dreamleaf, so I'm gonna count us both
Man,
there.
I would
okay?
love to have a conversation with Dreamleaf and Dev. That would be great if you can
Oh,
make that
no.
happen.
That would be
I
fucking insane.
don't want to subject my friend to that, unfortunately.
What has this been? Has this been a?
This has been pleasant. I don't know how it.
Okay, so why do you think it would be any other way? Do you think I would allow Dev to be vile?
I just got a reply from Dreamleaf. Should I ask her?
Oh god.
Yeah, ask her. Go ahead. Do it live.
Okay.
Say,
We're
yo,
doing
I'm
that
with
live.
Dev right now on Wick's show. Cause
Are you
he
gonna
knows
bitch
how I am.
out?
Say, don't phrase it like that, Dev. You're horrible at this, right?
I
What you
said
do
Dev is
you say,
asking
"Yo,
if you want to debate skull emoji. Okay, that's the best you're gonna get. Out of
Why?
me.
Man,
You're
I-
both bad at this. Okay,
Well,
this
I
is
think
my
I think
wheelhouse.
like I think across the 10,000 accounts I've had, she's blocked me on every single one.
Why do you keep on interacting? Or do you?
It's fun. It's Twitter. Well,
Hey,
no, actually,
Dev, can you do
actually
me
If
a
somebody
favor,
blocks you
actually?
and you keep on interacting,
up?
that's kind of cocked. I don't
Yeah.
know.
it's a
make-
different
make-
account, man.
Yeah, that's a Dev. can you do me a favor and ask,
What's
because
up?
Max will answer your questions. Can you ask Mark
Oh,
Twain's
okay.
questions towards him so he actually answers
Okay.
these questions?
Oh,
Mark
fuck
Twain's
me.
revenge keeps paying me money, and I don't
Yeah.
want to cheat him out of his money, right? I don't
$10
wanna...
max. Answer the questions. I don't remember what the
Yeah.
questions were. I don't remember them.
Yeah,
I
what the
will.
fuck?
I will read them out again. 1. Which industries would you nationalize? 2. How would you nationalize them? 3. Would you seize property against the will of owners? 4. Would you fairly compensate owners? 5. Would you use violence?
Would you fairly compensate owners? You'd give, I think you'd give owners a little something. Fair compensation requires that it's not like them having like absurd amounts more than everyone else just because they were in possession of private property though. How I would do it gradually and carefully, you know, not, as I said, not just introduce the change from one day to the next. I can't tell you the
Pour the
fucking
frog
like,
on it.
yeah, exactly. I can't give you like a
Oh, I
fucking
see.
like 5-10 year plan or something of every exact step I'd take though. And I think the majority of people who have specific economic beliefs also cannot do that unless they had the time
Okay.
to prepare.
Here.
So I'm not too concerned about that one.
Let me put it this way.
Mhm.
President Max of the United States sends
Based?
in the military to seize Amazon. Yes or no?
I mean, it depends on how Amazon's behaving. I feel like if you, I don't know, if it was like
now.
like it is now.
well, I mean, like if it was like it is now, I think you would probably bring about some sort of
Yo, I got
war
problems
if you
about
tried to
Amazon
take
behaving.
Amazon on like that. I don't know.
You have a bigger military than the United States. The
it
private
wouldn't
Amazon
surprise
yard.
me, dude. It would. They got like their Amazon uniforms and shit. Nah, I don't know. But
The ultimate issue with this, like what these 5 questions are getting at, is basically that in order to do some of this stuff, you are going to have to use, even if you do it democratically, you have to use way more force than most people are actually comfortable with. You know, it's like are you going to march the army in and like nationalize businesses? Like, and then once you do that, because we've seen other countries do that, and like, when is it happening? Oh, the government becomes more authoritarian. Businesses start leaving; they pull out because their stuff isn't safe anymore. Countries become destabilized. Like, even if people vote for this, it still ends up ruining things.
I think with every large political change, you will have some issues. I think that's true of anything, though, and I think the way that capitalism is right now doesn't really strike me as particularly sustainable. Yeah, I mean, there would naturally be some issues along the way with everything, but I don't think that those issues are totally irreconcilable and unfixable.
Based. Okay, gang. This has been a great discussion.
Yeah,
You
let's.
guys
Are we done
mind if I
already?
bring in some,
Oh, okay.
well, I mean, like, look, how do you want to spend like this dude's what time is it there? Like 2 a.m.?
It's 2 a.m. I mean, look, I'll stay
2
here. I
a.m.?
might start smoking fucking weed or
Yeah,
something so my
like
brain can survive.
we got to be at least somewhat
Okay, yeah, no,
cognizant of other people's time.
Fair enough.
But I wanted
I'm
also
easy to hang
wanted to
around for
bring
a bit,
on
but-
some callers because my
Okay.
audience is bugging me. So do you mind if I bring one-on-one,
Oh,
right, one at a time, some callers to ask
actually-
you guys questions?
Here, Wick.
What's up?
Here.
Oh my god,
Actually,
I
I
spilled out
don't
my
know
weed.
how I do. I don't know
It's
how I do
Jova.
this actually.
What's
What
up?
you trying to do?
Oh, I know a bunch of my viewers are in your chat, so you should post.
I'll post my Discord link to my
Post your Discord. So
Oh,
if my viewers
fuck.
want to come in, they can as well.
Okay.
yeah,
Sure.
and you can do that to your chat too, Max. So.
Oh yeah. Wait, why are
So
we
yeah,
just
if you're
chilling
watching
now?
this, you want to jump on for a few minutes, and I'll void you when I'm bored with you. To be honest, so be entertaining or interesting, or I don't care about you. Click that link. React to the rules, like accept the rules. Click the Wick emote. It's my beautiful face there, and you'll see a VC called Backstage. It's at the top of the Discord. Jump in there, and if you're lucky, you'll get a chance. And we'll go on until, frankly, I'm bored. And then once I'm once I'm too bored, we'll end it. Thank you for the $2, Bobby Johnson. Great debate week. Well, don't thank me. I just moderated it. Thank these lovely individuals who, can I just say, both of you were excellent tonight. I thought Max, you did great.
Thank you.
Dev, very good, like excellent. A+ to both of you. You were both. I didn't have to moderate very much, which I like. Okay.
Yeah, it felt pleasant.
Let's say that. Indeed. Okay, let's bring some people in. You're live. What you got?
Yo.
What's up?
Okay. Oh wait, do you want me to turn my camera on?
If you got a camera, sure. And also $10 from Lives in Dev's Walls. Dev, this forest hermit seems cool. Keep interacting with him. You grant wishes, Wick. If you give me enough money, I'll grant your wishes, baby. Come on, capitalism. Anyway, what you got for us, Flowtrace?
Yeah,
I do not
want to
condone.
go over Dev's earlier point about moral intuitions, because I think it's an interesting point, but I was a little unsatisfied with like the particular formulation. So, Dev, I'm going to try to summarize your position. If you think I'm being inaccurate, please interrupt me and correct me. So it seems like there is this idea that we have these moral intuitions, that our positions evolve from them, and you seem to take particular umbrage with Max wanting to censor speech on the basis of those moral persuasions, because that is just a sort of, you said you have different morals, you have different psychology. Is that accurate?
That's pretty close, yeah. We can go with that.
Yeah. Okay. I don't necessarily disagree with that descriptive analysis, but I don't like the idea that, well, that means we can't do anything. All moral disagreements, I feel like under this framework would be that kind of disagreement in psychology. Like, I believe that, you should be able to marry 11-year-olds. I'm sure, I suspect all of us do, right? But that would also seemingly be a difference of psychology, right? Even the idea that, censoring someone's speech, that's a big step. Even that would be based in our psychology that our morals are sort of an evolved position from. So I don't see how you can sort of take unique umbrage with Max's position from that perspective and not sort of condemn any moral, prescription.
Yeah, we didn't get enough into it because that was probably one of the many side tracks where we got off the side of it, right? So for example, I mean, I could probably find somebody who does not object morally to marrying an 11-year-old, even though all four of us would, right? So like very clearly, if you have, let's say, a tolerant society, you're going to have some moral positions that you find to be immoral. However, you understand that some people in your society will not agree with you, and therefore you must tolerate them living by a morality that you don't agree with, right? And so if you follow this to its natural conclusion, you have a society that completely includes everyone and has no morality at all, because there's no moral prescriptions whatsoever. That's the issue here, right? So ultimately, you have to choose what you tolerate and what you don't, and that's just ultimately arbitrary. Right? Like it's very unsatisfying, but that is just how it is. It's like, you know what? I'm going to oppress you because I find you to be immoral, and that's just how it is. There's no real way out of this problem. Like either your society has no moral force behind it, or you must oppress some people.
I don't necessarily disagree that you have to oppress some people, but I think that encapsulates a lot of things. And I don't think this analysis can sort of explain, times where we did have significant moral change. We used to feel very differently about, African Americans in the United States, but it feels like we made a lot of progress on changing what was acceptable to be believed. I don't see why you couldn't
make... That's true, yeah.
Well, so then if that's the case, then it doesn't seem arbitrary. It seems like we could make an analysis, what can we make ground on? For example, I am very pro-trans, but I think but I think a lot of people on the left need to much more seriously, examine what is realistic, what is feasible. And I think a lot of their positions aren't feasible. But other positions, like for example, clearly it was feasible to give rights to African Americans, even though it was unthinkable at the time and through incremental process. So it feels like it's not arbitrary. There is some sort of analysis that can be had, and I'd be curious to see that analysis applied to Max's positions and why you think we shouldn't do them.
The ultimate analysis here is just power. And that's a rough one. Once you swallow that pill, it gets pretty bad, because it's like, well, you know what? Pedophiles don't really have that much power in our society, so I don't need to really consider their morality. I can just simply oppress them because I think they're immoral, right? However, if you have large power blocks in society who have different morals than you, you must appease them or else you're going to have war. It does just come down to who wields political power, who you're making alliances with, and who you can afford not to. And that is like a very might makes right argument, and that sucks. But it is the truth at the very bottom of this.
I agree with that level, but I feel like you're missing other levels where we do have significant political disagreements that we resolve not through violence and might makes right, but through persuasion, trying to change people's minds. Public opinion does shift on these kinds of things, and people attempt and succeed to change public opinion on these things. So I feel like I feel like this
That's true,
analysis
that's
is
true,
lacking. Okay, well, then if that's the case, then that seems like it would be another important factor because I do think there are strong, or
This is,
to be
if
honest,
I may,
yeah,
if I
go
may,
for it.
this is why liberalism is something that I uphold,
Space.
because
Yes.
as long as liberals hold power, you are allowed to persuade through nonviolent means. In
Through free
almost every
speech.
other,
Really?
yes, in almost every other system, might makes right in a much more tangible, immediate way. But as long as the belief structures of those in power are things like free speech, tolerance, etc., which liberalism does promote, then we will have peace, and it will be through
Well, kinda.
power. But yeah, there's
More
problems,
peace.
right?
More peace, right.
I'm being very like I'm glossing over a lot, okay, for the sake of
No
discussion.
wars ever in liberal societies. It's never happened.
I am absolutely okay with using force to keep people from, like, I think Americans should use force more often. I am absolutely okay with us using force to defend Taiwan. I'm absolutely okay with us using force to defend Ukraine. I'm absolutely okay with us using force to uphold the rights and morality that I deem is correct in societies that are lacking. But anyway, that's another discussion. Flo Trace, anything else before we let you go? We got a line I want to get to.
Yeah, I think we're kind of looping here. I think there's a lot more fertile ground for for Max's position. Not that I necessarily agree with it, in the sense of it's not just about Max is a different form of psychology, but there are lots of contradicting psychologies that lead to different moral positions in our society, and we usually have a more in-depth debate and discussion about them than just this is a different psychology. I just found that very unsatisfying. I know you got cut off.
Sorry that
that
doesn't satisfy you. Okay.
Well, I do actually want to reply to that, though, if you don't mind.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So here's the thing. Like, I've had a lot of moral conversations at this point, and I just tend to speed run to Jonathan Haidt because I know how they all go, and they all eventually get there. Like obviously in a liberal society, you are allowed to have you're allowed to have various forms of debate where you say, well, don't you think that we should do this because it would be good, and here's why it would be good. Like, you can do that, but and by the way, that's how most political conversations go. That's how most Twitch streams that I watch that are politics based and debate based, they all go that way as well. This is one of the reasons why I don't debate on Twitch generally, Wick, is because I know where all this leads already, and it goes to Jonathan Haidt. So
I thank you for making an exception in this case, and I hope you did.
no problem. But basically, in, let's say, less liberal societies, you can't do the debate, and it all just does come down to force. In more liberal societies, you have more wiggle room for debate, but behind it there is still the specter of force. It has to be there, or else you have you have nothing. There has to be some force. But with the walled garden of debate that force builds, you can go into that garden and then have very civil conversations about what is right and what is wrong and what we should do. And that is preferable. I guess just to me, it's like I know that it all comes down to psychology already. So those kind of conversations, they're not that interesting to me.
Okay, I mean, it's fine for you to nothing is interesting. I just think there is more substantive. I think that's a bit of a cop out. I think there is more substantive debate and discussion that we ought and should take seriously, over matters of fact and stuff like that. And clearly, we're not perfectly rational, but we still can.
A lot of positions you can't debate people out of, though, right? This is my issue with these super radical positions existing, that if you have people who are actually saying Jews just are evil, they are inhuman, how is somebody gonna actually talk them out of that, especially a Jewish person, right?
Listen, here's how you do it. You show them Ben Shapiro's sister. That's all you need.
Hey, that's the serious answer to that is
poor lady.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that no one can
that
change their opinions. I disagree. I
not
think
no
that
one.
over a
It's
long
really
enough period of
hard.
time.
But there are
in a single debate, just real quick, let me answer. In a single debate, absolutely, you're correct. But we're not talking about that. What I'm doing when I have these discussions is I'm planting seeds that I may never water, I may never see grow. But as long as those seeds are there, a lot of the reasons that people say trapped, because I've talked to people who have come from radical groups, right? Who come outside of really radical, really extreme cult-like groups, right? And one of the things that those cult-like groups do is they isolate themselves on purpose so that no one can influence them.
This is my issue.
What I'm saying is we do not help them with that by isolating them from us, because that's what they'll do.
Okay,
the reason
but
that the KKK sends their kids out first, right, in their parades, is so people will spit on the kids, and they do, like saying, you're a fucking white supremacist. There's no place for you in our society.
In any, like,
so
most developed countries, they wouldn't even exist, though.
Right?
The KKK wouldn't exist. My issue with permitting this, especially permitting it in a public forum, is that you can have way more people joining. I do agree with you that if we do deplatform people, we will end up making a smaller group of people who are more isolated, but it will end up affecting less people. Less people will be brought into that ideology. More violent? That
TV,
depends. That's exactly why I also believe that we should be that we should be making legislation that protects that stops violent speech, right?
There is a study of and I don't have it on my fingertips. I wish I did. Right, I'll find it for you though. Right, this was in Europe, and it was a 10-year study about how different systems in Europe dealt with their right-wing extremists. Right, and the systems that suppressed the speech more led to more violence, because you have taken away their their ability to speak, but they will still be heard. And if they cannot be heard through words, they will use other means to be heard.
That's why you gotta have
that is what we want to avoid. We want the vent that they could say talk your shit, king, right? But it might be counterintuitive to you, but I'll send you the study. Don't worry, right? Like,
please send me the study. First off. Second off, I think these people would find ways to talk about their ideas. It would just be in a space that's so far removed from the mainstream that it's not nearly as effective and not nearly as damaging, right? That's what we want to be doing. You think about things like Alex Jones, and I'm sorry, I'm mega autistic about Alex Jones. I've listened to so much shit of his.
I don't know much about it.
That's okay. But like, you think about like the way that some of the things that he said and some of the conspiracies that he believed in when he was still available on YouTube and he was still accessible through a mainstream medium, he was more seen as a potentially credible figure. But if you have someone who's banned off all these like mainstream platforms and they're only available on the spaces like populated by like the most like insane people, you're not going to end up going over there unless you're already insane, and therefore it ends up preventing much people from doing it. It's like putting those ugly pictures on cigarette boxes, right? You might not stop everyone who's already smoking cigarettes, but if the other people who haven't smoked yet, they see those awful pictures, they think, oh, that looks nasty, I don't want to be involved with that, and then they start less.
That's the answer.
Well, there's two problems with this point of view, though, in my opinion, because like one is that you end up with cozy TV, all right? And Nick Fuentes seems to be maybe not at his peak, but way more popular than he was before he was deplatformed, because he built his own platform. He built
I want to
Cozy
see
TV,
if that's true.
And
though.
now he has the gripers, and they're going around in real life doing stuff. All right, but then secondly, is that you get to a point where you start banning people who really don't deserve to be banned. Like, it's not just people that you think are white supremacists. It's like random conservatives are getting banned. All right, it's gone too far, especially in the online space.
Hey,
like,
that's a fucking mega slippery slope out of nowhere there. What do you mean?
Sansol just got banned yesterday. Sansol, the guy who
what did Sansol get banned for?
Banned yesterday. You know what he did? He disagreed with people over the Brianna Wu stuff. So they mass flagged him, mass reported him, and got him banned.
Really stupid. I once got suspension for calling Samira Khan, that one RT journalist. I called her a bitch because she said that like weed makes you stupid, and I said, how come I smoke every day and I'm still not as dumb of a bitch as you are? And they gave me 7 days for that. Like, there is some insane fucking overstepping, 7 days of suspension. Right?
So perhaps in this quest for more and more safety, we've gone a bit too far. And now people are getting banned over things that are relatively innocuous.
But this is, if you're gonna say that argument about fucking free speech laws, you could make that same argument about literally every other law, right? Everything you could say. What if they overstepped? What if they just didn't follow the rules?
Let me try this. Do you believe in systemic racism?
Wait, like
specifically. Systemic
Yes.
racism, that the laws are systemically unjust, that the institutions are systemically biased.
I mean, the laws aren't
against minorities.
explicitly
it's called losers,
systemically
dude.
oppressive, but there is like systemic oppression as a
But why would
consequence
you
of
give those
previously
institutions
explicit.
more power to censor and suppress people, knowing that they are inclined to, again, more often,
argument.
systemically impress minorities, black people?
Because there'd be
and
rules
people
about
without
that. As
power.
I said like 50 times this debate, we would have
They-
protected
okay.
classes.
That's such
and-
a bad argument, Wick. Every law that's an argument against every law ever, or any institutional power ever. Of course,
Based anarchy, go.
No, it is not. It is
Finally.
simply when it
I
comes
need to go call my friend who makes glasses.
Here. I know that like earlier.
My
much
friend
earlier-
whose
I don't
hobby is
know,
making Ritalin.
Wait, are you calling up like Demon Mama?
Yeah, I'm
You're
making
calling
fun
Demon
of
Mama for her-
that
her-
one
her-
tweet.
her
Yeah.
bathtub fucking.
Yeah, my friend who's the chemist, and then the doctor. Yeah.
You guys have all seen the glasses interaction, right? With the anarchists, like, how would you get glasses
Oh
in
my
anarchist
God.
society? Hey, I make
Yeah.
glasses. Hey, I need glasses. Thanks. Here
I
you
think
go.
we're all in
The
agreement about
wandering glasses
anarchy.
maker, holy fuck. Yeah. Okay.
Flow
Yeah.
Trace, I'm going to let you go because we do
yeah,
have a
wait,
line.
Wait, don't
Take
go.
a-
Just
Oh,
No?
wait.
give me just a minute. So, I know that you
Please.
said that it was like a cop out before. Like my answer when I appealed to moral intuition was a cop out. Okay, here's kind of how it would go. Right, it'd be like, well, Karl Marx, why do you want to redistribute those 5 houses? And then you're going to make some argument about the greater good of homeless people who need houses, and I'm going to make some argument about the necessity of keeping capital in the hands of its owners because they work for that capital, and there's like other economic arguments, and we're going to go back and forth on like which one of these two positions is let's say more moral to follow. And I think if we actually spent like 30 minutes drilling down to the bottom of that, it would simply come down to preference. Like I already
That's
kind of know where that
so
goes.
not true.
No, see, it's
I
funny
think
because
most human
you said
ethics.
utilitarianism is like a cope. I actually believe everyone is secretly a utilitarian. I believe you'd come down to like you guys like maybe having a different calculus, but like I think there would be a lot of
Yeah.
fertile ground there to maybe learn, maybe get closer.
God, if we
positions
keep
of
you
all
on
stuff.
here, you're just never
Okay,
gonna,
by the way-
Ev's never gonna let
Yo.
you
That's the last
go.
thing.
Ev's never gonna let you
SDL
go.
versus ShortFatOtaku is still happening, right? What, Rick?
Oh, you
SDL?
that, right?
SDL versus ShortFatOtaku.
Are you an SDL viewer?
No, I'm
I was
Destiny
talking to
shill through and
SDL.
through, but
He
I
helped
do
me
want
prepare.
that argument to happen because SDL,
I'm
I don't
okay
agree
with
with him,
it.
but that dude has his receipts, so I
Sock
Yeah.
down left,
No, he
I
helped
do
me
wanna
prep. He
post
sent me
that.
so
I
much
do wanna
shit. It's
post this.
great.
Sock down
Oh,
left
did he?
down
Yes,
for it.
he
He
needs
did
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, it's nice.
It needs to happen. But no, I'm not a sock done left defender. I'm a full Dalaban.
Destiny's actually a good
Mujahideen
boy.
warrior.
Oh no.
Destiny's a good boy in my
Yeah.
experience. So
Okay.
he's cool.
Okay, yeah. Thank you so much, Wick. Bye bye.
Flow Trace, bye-bye.
Take care of yourself.
Okay, Pisscraft, what you got?
Pisscraft.
You'll understand in a minute. Go ahead.
In a minute.
I'm terrified.
Howdy.
Live, buddy.
I have a couple questions for Karl Marx.
What's up?
All right. So my first question goes like this, and I'd like to prompt it with a quote.
Oh boy. Okay.
I know.
Going for it, huh?
Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm the fucking loser. I forgot to mute my YouTube video. My apologies. All
You
right,
couldn't hear it. It's fine.
Max. For
What's up?
Marx, the right to think and speak the truth was an elementary human right. And freedom of the press, as he said, merely human freedom in practice. Marx recognized that human freedom is made up of a complex of interdependent freedoms. At one point, he hands the final word to Tacitus. Rara temporum felicite, ubique veli sentire, etque sanitas dicere licet. It is the rare fortune these days that one may think of one likes and say what one thinks. Marx is critiquing the authoritarianism of the Tsar in that moment. And remember, the Tsar shit on the socialist revolutionaries first. The Socialist Party itself is quoted as, the denial of freedom of speech is the blackest treason against the tradition of socialism. The enslavement of the free word is a fundamental mark of the counter-revolutionary principle of Russia's political system, a system that justifies itself by an appeal to Marxism. Do you disagree with Marx and the Socialist Party analysis?
I think that if you ask Marx about what he thinks should happen when there's like online disinformation and things like fucking QAnon, where a bunch of people are following a fucking 4chan board, I think he would probably also say that that's a bad thing. You should get rid of it, or you know, make it harder to access. Huh?
Why would you believe that when we have direct quotations throughout a majority of his
Because I
works?
think that Marx was living at a different time when he probably didn't know about things like QAnon, and it probably wasn't a huge issue.
Wait, that's entirely untrue. There were several mystical beliefs at that time in regards to like Rasputin with the Tsar and other religions, other cults. In fact, religiosity was much, much more important in the day-to-day lives of them. I'm asking you, why do you believe that you know better than Marx on the subject of socialism?
I think
by
QAnon's
Marx?
a lot more than just a religion.
Would you go ahead and Google for me the amount of QAnon supporters in the America currently?
How is that relevant?
I mean, if you're gonna say that it's more relevant in today's times versus like, I don't know, the Christian population of Russia who might believe things that you believe to be untrue at the time, I'd fail to see why you believe that would be of greater impact than the times that Marx was living in.
I don't really understand your point. I think you have a responsibility to protect the people from misinformation and falsehoods.
So if we were to find out that the labor theory of value was false and individuals that were purporting it and action to be based upon it were believed in dangerous misinformation, we should like quell them.
I don't think that would qualify as dangerous misinformation. I think dangerous misinformation is things like saying, fucking, I don't know, if you drink bleach, it's going to make COVID go away. You know?
Wait, hold on. You haven't delineated why. If we have a fundamental misunderstanding about how individuals interrelate to one another, and this inspires somebody to take action in the real world based on a false belief, you didn't draw delineation between the impact of false belief, only that the belief was false itself. You should have no problems stomping on the protester who believes in the LTV rather than like any other thing that you've drawn an allusion to this entire conversation.
I do not get what you're trying to tell me though.
Okay, I don't think this is going anywhere.
I've got one other question.
One more question. Go for it.
I have another quote. A cooperative can be defined as an entity that facilitates the conversions of interest consisting of workers affiliated with the same profession and sector with the aim of overseeing production in a comprehensive manner. Theoretically, each union within this structure assumes the responsibility of advocating for its interests of its respective profession, particularly through the negotiation of labor agreements. We believe this method could result in harmony among social classes. Do you agree with this goal of socialist labor theory?
Of trying to create what harmony between like the owner class and the worker class by having unions?
Yeah, the cooperatives, the unions, everything that I just laid out prior.
I mean, I think that would be a good stepping stone. Ultimately, though, I do believe we need to reduce the amount of people who have insane amounts of money and have basically enforcing inequality, or being a product of inequality, more like.
But we never got into that, did we?
But you are for cooperatives, and you are for all of these systems, yes or no?
For all of these systems, which one specifically?
Oh, sweet Christmas. A cooperative of unions that pushes the working class, that this will reduce the income inequality that you state, that the capital, and like all of those things. Okay. That is actually from 1932's Doctrine of Fascism by Benito Mussolini. Do you still agree with it?
I mean, I think Mussolini had like a decent amount of pretty standard economic policies. Like there was obviously.
So you are for Benito Mussolini's economic policies?
I don't know enough about them to say that, but I know that some of them are probably going to be things that I wouldn't necessarily disagree with. I'm not going to say I would disagree with every single thing that Mussolini ever did. He probably had some ideas which would be enforceable.
What do you agree with that Mussolini did?
I don't know enough to say.
Let's not. Okay, Fistcraft, I get it. I understand, right? But if Mussolini said water is good for you, there's no need to. I guess Hitler drank water too. That level of analysis is kind of weird. Fistcraft, thank you for coming on.
Jesus Christ! Put down the thesaurus, dog. What the fuck?
You know, to your credit, when we talked about there was like some ideological links between fascism and socialism, you were like, yeah, I get it. You weren't like coping like most leftoids do. So
yeah, no, because most people are like relatively like humanitarian. They just like have different beliefs of who qualifies as that, right? I mean, I think lefties kind of forget that. It's easy to just.
Oh, sorry. You're lying. Continue talking. I'm sorry. I just want to bring the next caller in.
That. God damn it.
Next caller.
Yeah, what's up? You just say your thing.
Well, I don't
Talk
really
your
have a whole lot, but I did hear mention about worker co-ops like at some point later on, and I was wondering because I heard about a shift in what was it? The slight shift in finances of people who might have some more high demand jobs, high risk, dirty jobs, jobs that require more skill. What's stopping, say, that wealth gap from being transferred over to any form of legacy? Because I wanted to hear more about that, if you don't mind.
Oh, I mean, I think you shouldn't be able to pass down like huge amounts of money. I think you should be able to pass down like things like maybe like a house or like a personal property or stuff like that. But if you do just allow people to take on a ton of generational wealth, then it will just generate inequality if there's a family who's just more lucky.
So what if
That sounds based.
So what if the wealth were like placed into the house, invested into decorations, interior improvements, the likes of that? Would that still be fine? Like extensions?
I mean, sure. I think it would. It depends on how extensive it gets, right? You should probably try and enforce some sort of limit on not having someone just expand outwardly infinitely and get like a huge building or something, like a mall size or something. But you know, that seems probably fine.
Okay, I see. Another thing.
Houses.
Another thing I was wondering about was because I remember this vaguely when talking about the free speech argument. There was some talk about how there are, limits on free speech because nobody's an actual absolutist. I was wondering what the two of you, what's your like limitation on free speech? Where do you draw the line? Like, I know some people say that the fire in the movie theater is an idiotic like type of argument, and I wanted to know where your limitations lie.
I think we both kind of already gave our limitations. For me, it's like coming up to violence like as an actual threat. Otherwise, go ahead and speak it. And you, Max, you were more restrictive.
Dev,
Yeah,
is that your only? Hold on, because I don't think this is true. Actually, Dev, I think you have more limits than that.
Okay, why do you say so?
Fair. Do you think that someone should be able to release your personal medical information online, just to everyone, if they find out of it?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Do you think they should be able to release your location?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
If it's like, here's the thing. Here,
Why would
I'll
you
give
do
another
yourself
black
like that?
pill. I'll give you another black pill. I don't think anyone actually gives a shit about doxing. I think everyone uses it as like a stick
That's an
to beat each
insanely
other with.
privileged thing to say, my guy. What the fuck?
Hold on.
You probably don't care about. Okay, go on.
When it comes to getting doxed, I have more to lose than like a random. I'm actually I'm not a big YouTuber. I'm not a small YouTuber anymore. Like I could get fucked up for sure. No, what I mean though is like, whenever people say,
okay.
"Oh my god,
Excuse
you doxed
me."
someone." No, you know what I mean. Come on. I am much more likely to have some guy show up in my house. You know what I mean? I think people don't actually care about doxing. They only care about it insofar as you can use it to morally browbeat somebody in a debate. It's like, you dox someone. But if this was
I think that's an insane take. I think that's an insane thing to say.
I don't think so. I've seen so many people who have been like, don't you think it's bad that you like, but then when the tables reverse and it's against someone that they don't like, they're like, yeah, get his ass, I've seen that happen so many times. I don't think anyone actually has a principled stance on doxing.
This depends, because I think that if somebody is deserving of some sort of like social punishment for some sort of action, and there is no systemic way.
Yeah.
Okay, so, you're unprincipled. You're like saying no one is unprincipled, though. That's not true. I think there are plenty of people. You may not run into them because you deal a lot with the crazies, because it's Twitter,
maybe.
right?
Yeah,
There
everyone
are
you
people,
like is
I was
insane.
against. I'll give you an example.
That's not true.
I think doxing is wrong because it's an intimidation tactic. To be clear, I think that it's a bad thing, and we should cut down on it. It's morally reprehensible to dox someone.
Thank God.
Like when Taylor Lorenz doxed libs of TikTok, I spoke out against that. A lot of people were mad at me.
Cringe.
But that was again,
Doesn't
if you
sorry,
think
libs of
doxing is wrong,
TikTok.
you have to
Libs
think
of
it's wrong
TikTok.
when they do it to the bad
Libs of
guys.
TikTok literally dox people though. They literally it's interacted and boosted people's
if
doxes.
I kill your child, does it give you the moral right to
My
kill
point is
my
being proven,
child?
chat.
Well, your child would be innocent. It wouldn't be a child who's like made their whole career stochastic terrorism on Twitter. Like, there's a bit of a
But
difference
again-
between doxing someone whose like whole deal is shitting on like fucking trans people who are dead.
Let me give you a more direct example. If
Or
I
trying to
cut
make
out
them more
someone's
dead.
eye, should I
Huh?
if I cut out someone's eye, should
Okay.
someone be able to cut out? Should that person be able to cut out my eye?
Yeah.
If I torture them for days, should I be tortured for days?
I mean, if they want to, it's up to them. But like, if there's no other like
You think
vehicle of
that
justice and
someone
you tortured
who
them
has
for
tortured
days,
someone for days, that the state should allow the victim or the
I mean, this
victim's
isn't the
family
same
to
though. It's
torture
not
them
about
for
the
days.
state. This is about doxing. This is about like one person doxing somebody who's doxed like what, like 5-6 different people. Like they're very much responsible for a lot more suffering than one dox to them would ever cause.
Well,
It's not comparable.
Let me point out what I mean though. So for example, right now the conversation is doxing, but it's been several things over the course of this conversation where you've been like, well, this thing is wrong, and then one of us will point out, well, what if it happened to your political opponents? And you're like, oh, it's good then.
Well, because there are differences, though, between somebody who's actively trying to make someone's life worse because of an immutable characteristic, and then somebody going after the person whose whole deal is making people's lives worse. Like, this is, like, very much the thing of people being like, wait a minute, you don't like it when I say that trans people shouldn't be able to go outside, but then you get angry when I show up in a Hitler costume? What? Like, come on, really? You think there's like comparable in every situation?
Let me put it this way. Assume for a minute that I was a different person and I applied zero moral weight to the idea that somebody who has an immutable characteristic should be protected because they have it. All right? Assume I was somebody who was different. You saying that would not make any difference to me. I want people with different immutable characteristics oppressed in this hypothetical, right? So this is what I mean though, is like when I say that no one actually has these principles. They simply want their opponents oppressed and their group
That's just not right, though.
No,
right wingers say this about the left all the time. No. Right wingers say this about leftists all the time. Right after leftists say, like, hey, maybe let's like not allow this group of people to like constantly say every day that they want to kill all N-words, you know? And then you're like, wait a minute, but we let you talk on Twitter. Like, my guy, there's a big difference between the side that wants to get rid of people and the side that regularly fucking like talks about like genociding people and the side that wants to exist, right? Like, I know there are like trans people and lefties who are shitty.
No. Okay, what's the difference though?
What's the difference?
Yes, I want you to explain this to me.
What's the difference between the people who want to do murder and people who want to exist? Well, one of them wants to do murder and kill people in order to enforce their lifestyle or morals. The other side wants to exist and not be killed. They also don't really be that. It's not like, because it's not comparable, because it's not like trans people being like, okay, you have to be trans, you have to be trans, you have to be trans. Contrary to fucking like white supremacists who are a lot more concerned about their in-group being the only existing one than trans people who are really just trying to exist among everybody else and be accepted.
Well, right, but this is kind of what I mean, though, is that you're appealing to your own morality when you say this, which is what everyone does, right? You say like listen, I have these moral intuitions. I think that people who have these immutable characteristics should be protected, and that's fine. That's what you should do. But someone who doesn't share those moral intuitions, they're not going to give a shit. Someone who actually wants to kill all black people, they don't care what you want. They're going to go out and do it, or they're going to try, or they're going to promote it. They're going to do something.
What's your argument?
The argument is that when it comes down to it, you and most people will simply they don't have a principled stance on morality. They want their political enemies oppressed, and they want their political friends
so many times.
No, but here's the thing: what your principles are exactly what I'm saying. You want there to be a different set of rules that apply to your political enemies because they are your political enemies.
I don't mind my political enemies. I mind people who are trying to hurt people.
Max, do you think that the Libs of Talk should have been able to dox people?
No.
Do you think people should have been able to dox Libs of TikTok?
Only if it had already happened to them.
So, okay, fair enough. Okay, Jesus. See, this is the difference, right? You're like, no, this group shouldn't be allowed to do doxing to this group, but if the other group wants to do doxing to that group, that's okay because reasons.
Is it alright if I ask a question on this?
Go on. Yeah, have you even asked your question yet?
Oh shit! I'm sorry.
Well, I was wondering if Libs of TikTok like doxed 5 people and nothing happened, but let's say like Libs of TikTok got assaulted after being doxed, would that still be justified in like the lens of consequentialism? What's the math there? How would you feel about that?
It would depend. It's really hard to quantify how much damage somebody's truly done. So I wouldn't be willing to necessarily hunker down and say this was definitely the right thing to do 110%. But I would probably be, I don't know. I wouldn't want to celebrate someone being assaulted, but I probably wouldn't be like particularly shocked if somebody got attacked after doing like dedicating their life to being hateful.
Okay.
Yeah, this isn't hypothetical either. There have been people on the left who've gone into like, I think there was a group in California who was more traditional rights. I don't have the name of the group at the top of my hand, but a leftist got arrested, right, for going in with a gun, planning to shoot them all. Right? Yeah. He got arrested. This was back in 2015, 2016-ish, right?
Trans shooter, right? Like there's examples.
There's a lot of examples of this.
And
the left, the radical left, maybe not your version of the left, right? Maybe not your position. I'm not putting this position on you, but there are people on the left that I've talked to again and again and again who are perfectly fine punching Nazis, killing TERFs, like.
I mean, I think punching
really
Nazis
violent, like,
can
rhetoric,
be okay
right?
in retaliation sometimes. Like I've punched people who I would consider to be far right or whatever, but that was as a consequence of how they treated me. No, but they enacted like violence via other means, which I couldn't take care of.
Violence via other means. Can you give me an example?
Like being like called slurs and like hate crimes and stuff, basically.
Okay, so they said mean things to you, so you physically assaulted them.
Due to there being no other way of dealing with the problem and actually making them not continue, yes.
Niz, thanks for
being here. And it worked. Okay. It worked. I used to be called fucking shit all the time by this one kid, and then I whacked him once, and he stopped being shitty to me and racist to my friend. Like, sometimes, if there's no other solution, I think that is something that you genuinely just have to resort to.
So here's the thing. The argument that I'm making is not meant to shit on you, Max.
I'm
not here saying no, it's not. Okay. I'm simply trying to make you understand exactly what it is you're doing, because you are doing what your political opponents do. You reward your friends and you punish your enemies. No, seriously.
This is the most like. Okay, go on. Sure, justify it.
No, here. Let me put it this way, right? So you punch a Nazi because he's saying slurs to you and he's making you feel bad. He's annoying you, and that got him to stop. Okay, you could have like a Nazi punch a black kid or something, right?
Okay.
And he's going to justify it through his own moral framework. So for you, your morality says saying slurs
his moral
is
framework
wrong.
is retarded.
But he thinks that of yours.
I don't care. He's wrong. I'm right.
And he doesn't care, and he thinks that he's right and you're wrong.
That doesn't matter. This is how politics and opinions work.
And he thinks that too.
Right.
But here's the thing. So this is why it ultimately comes down to just violence and force. That's at the end of it.
That's retarded.
That's all of it.
That's so
But
stupid.
You
That's
just
so
walked
dumb.
into that. You just said it.
I didn't walk into it. You've been trying to make this like gotcha the entire time. It's not applicable though. It just doesn't work.
I for one don't think I would not allow, because let's be real, neither like, well, I don't know about Dev. I don't know Dev that much, but Max, your ideology isn't in charge. Mine is. And my ideology says we don't allow the Nazi to punch the black kid. We stop that by force. Nor do we allow the black kid to punch the Nazi. We stop that by force, because vigilantism, this ain't the wild, wild west, kings. We do not allow it. We are saying that the state has a monopoly on violence, and it should have a monopoly on violence, because anything else is just
as long as the state
warfare,
is functioning.
basically.
So
I mean, it really depends.
Wick, I agree with you. Here's the thing, Wick, I agree with you, but there's a black pill to your position too that I haven't quite figured out, because I'm also a liberal, right? But the black pill to the liberal position is that liberals still tend to use violence along their own morality. So every political position,
we need to fix that. I agree with you. I don't know how.
Yeah. Every political position says we have this morality, and we're going to use violence against other people based on this morality. Everyone says that. Everyone thinks that, including liberals. As much as liberals say, no, we're neutral. We just like we occupy the neutral space. Liberals say that all the time. It's not true. I'm a liberal. I know, but like it's just like it's. Basically, the fact that Max says, I don't know, what's Max doing? Like,
I'm so sorry.
rummaging around?
I'm looking for my weed right now.
Trying to get high.
I got my headphones in.
Dude, wireless headphones are so nice. I love them. They're great.
So it's like the best invention since fucking cars.
But basically, like everyone says, my morality allows me to use force on you, and if you don't agree, well, you're stupid. That's an argument that everyone uses, and I just don't find it appealing.
I do think
it doesn't solve anything.
I will say this. I'm not a moral relativist. And again, I'm not a philosopher. Excuse me. I'm not a philosopher. I'm not a philosopher king or anything like that. But I do think that there are certain moral truths to the world that are just true. Killing people outside of exceptional circumstances is wrong. And I don't
That's
care
not a
if your
moral
culture-
truth, is it? You just said it's
And I
not a
don't
moral
care
truth.
If your culture, well, you can have a truth, but the variables can change and shift so that, again,
That sounds like not.
move things.
Sounds like moral relativism to me.
There are some foundational principles, right, that I think hold true and are true
The universal morality
regardless
guide,
of whether
basically?
your culture thinks it's true or not. And this might be my religious upbringing talking. It's very possible, right? But I think that there are certain intrinsic things, and I tend to agree with the founding fathers. We are born with inalienable rights, and I think the Bill of Rights is a good, at least, framework for those things. I agree with those things. I support those things. I think those are moral goods, and I think that like they lead to more happiness, better outcomes in general than other ways of thinking, other ways of doing things. And so I will, and because I believe that, I will fight to uphold that and to keep people from tearing that down. Yes.
Okay.
See, I mostly agree with you. I'm not religious at all. I'm atheist and raised atheist. I don't have a single ounce of spirituality in my body, though I respect a lot of people who do. There's something in there that I think I'm missing out on, frankly.
Yeah, I get that feeling growing up atheist. It's like kind of sad seeing all these people have like they have like a nice community. They have a thing that they can all rally around. Yeah, it's hard to not find it a bit enviable.
I guess the issue is that when it comes down to my morality says that I can oppress you, and your morality says that you can oppress me, and we both think that we're retarded for having each other's morality, and we're going to fight now. I've just become at peace with that. That's why I call myself a liberal supremacist. It's like, you know what? Okay, you don't agree with me that my morality is better. That's fine, but I'm still going to impose it on you.
I mean,
and the anarchists scream at me, oh my God, how could you do, you fucking statist? Oh my God, you're an authoritarian. Yeah, fine. I guess I am. But fuck it. It's the right thing to do.
Okay. Let's bring on one more call. Let's do one more.
Yeah, I want to skedaddle soon. It's like 3 a.m. So.
Yeah, I understand. I was feeling
is
that.
Naxalis there? Naxalis is from my community. If you
man, I got Naxalis. I see a guy with it. Maxalis or Naxalis with an N or an N?
It's an N. No, don't play favorites. I feel bad. Don't play favorites.
No, you get to.
It's okay. I'll survive.
Go ahead.
Let's go.
You're live.
What's up, dude?
Hello.
I think this is a guy. I don't know. I have streamer mode on, so it's hard to see names.
Non-gendered
Hey,
dude.
Yeah,
How you doing?
good to see you. I watch you too, Wix. Big fan. But I wanted to ask, since this conversation's been all over the place, about where Karl Marx thinks there is a good place for political diversity within his own acceptable framework of, I guess, the ideal government.
Plenty
a
of-
lot of
Plenty of
I was gonna
political
say,
diversity
a lot of
available.
socialist states end up becoming one party, and obviously, unless you think there's only one right way to do it, then there should be a diversity of opinion within your own, I suppose, Overton window. And so, how do you determine where those boundaries should be set? I mean, obviously not Nazis, but if not those, where would be the limits?
Well, I mean, you can't really force people to think one way or another, right? The best thing you can do is try to affect progress and then try to improve education, and that way you can end up moving people further over if they understand shit better. That's been like proven to work. I mean, most like people who are educated end up being left-wing, etc, etc, etc. I feel like if you had a society that gradually did change and built up to that kind of thing, people would be working from within that framework, and then you wouldn't have parties being like, hold up, we want to uproot everything. It would just be probably different parties which were, you know, socialist in different ways and wanted to focus on different things. But it wouldn't be like, I doubt it would suddenly be taken apart, because you would have this gradual shift over and then you'd have gradual change of opinion.
But you would allow, for example, if you have one flavor of Marxist socialism, which you believe helps the masses, creates the best utopia, and you have a competing flavor, and you think that doesn't help you get there, how do you justify that coexisting in your party ecosystem, whereas you wouldn't allow that for, say, a more far right or even maybe centrist capitalist type of party? Or would you allow capitalist parties to exist in your ideal state?
Well, I mean, if people wanted that, then yeah. I mean, I don't think I believe in democracy, right? I'm not going to suppress the people's will, and I think if you do
So
that
your
for
view
long
of
enough,
democracy supersedes that of your socialism view. You bow towards democracy when the two come in conflict. So even though you think that socialism would be better overall for everyone,
I believe that these two are deeply intertwined, and that if we did reach a socialist state, that we would democratically not be returning to a capitalist one, because it would just be worse, right? In my conceptualization, shit works out, people recognize that. They probably wouldn't want to fuck it up and suddenly make it incredibly unequal again.
Your answer is very similar to the answer Hassan gave in the conversation you had with Ethan.
Oh, no, don't say that to me.
Did you follow that? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't say Hassan was an idiot. You made that assumption. Now I may feel that, but he
ain't
had given the
shitting
state
us.
that under the ideal social state, there doesn't need to be a competing party because everyone already prefers.
Oh,
the
yeah,
active
Hassan's a
party.
fucking tanky. But, like, that's not what I'm saying, right? I think diversity of opinion is really important to developing society, and it's really important to, like, letting the people actually feel like they have, like, the ability to partake and to build the country that they live in, you know? I think that's one of the things that makes me, like, really sad, is that there's, like, a lot of people who are, like, fucking too poor to enjoy the shit available to them. And so you could do... I think you could really fucking... You could get there, you know? It's just a process.
And you think that the party you support would be more likely favored because it's supporting what the people want more, and the minority party would probably not have as much power. It would just be in the background.
I mean,
You think
I
that
would...
would happen?
I don't know. I would hope so. But, you know, if people decide they want something different and that my party isn't doing well enough, then so be it, right?
And you would accept if that fell out of power because that's democracy.
Yeah.
Fair
You gotta
enough.
do it. Part of the
Hey,
contract.
Naxalis.
What's up, Nev?
Naxalis, is it too late in this conversation to bring up the iron law of oligarchy?
You want that's
no.
better for you than for me.
Oh boy.
If you want to go down that rabbit hole, that's you. I don't know Iron Law of oligarchy that well, so that's your thing.
I do want to reiterate, Max is looking for an out here. It's 3 a.m.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't want to keep him. If he needs to go, I'll butt out. I just want to give my question
Sorry.
to go.
Hey, you know what? All my trolling aside, I mean, if you want to go, Max, that's fine, I guess. I'm okay
Yeah,
with it.
let's...
I abide.
Okay, Max, give us. You have a lot of eyeballs on you. Where can people find you? Can you give us a shout out? Tell people where they can find you. Last thoughts, final thoughts. Go ahead.
Okay, so my YouTube is at KarlMaxLive. That's where you'll find me there. On Twitter, my name is KarlMax. I'm at Ceremonious Hurt. You can follow me there. I like making funny shit posts, and it's pretty good. Yeah, did you ask anything else of me apart from plugging stuff? No? Was that it?
Final thoughts?
Final thoughts. I mean, socialism good.
You there apparently.
Look, Devo, I will unblock you, okay? But don't be a cunt. Okay, you can be a little bit of a cunt. I don't mind that. I don't mind people being a little cunty, but just don't be a fucking massive cunt, okay? Please.
Don't worry, Dev makes a new Twitter account every 3 months.
Okay.
Pretty much, yeah.
I can't wait. But no, I mean, socialism base, capitalism cringe, etc., etc., etc. Mostly though, I think most people are more in line with each other's views than we recognize most of the time. You probably shouldn't be as much of a cunt if you can try and help it. Not calling you out specifically necessarily, I mean generally. But yeah, I enjoy this conversation, and I appreciate you for having it with me.
I have one question before you go. The final
I'm
question.
gonna kill myself. Can I say that?
Yeah.
I actually don't know if you can see that.
Wait, no, in Minecraft, in Minecraft.
I have one final question. So, did you farm the appropriate amount of clout off of me then for this conversation?
I don't know. Wait, tell you what. Do you wanna? I'll unblock you. Maybe I'll follow you. Okay, then we can, and then you follow me back. And then we can say we're settled in terms of clout, okay? Because I deserve reparations, you know.
What I mean is, someone asked you why you were having this conversation, and you said solely for the clout or something.
Oh, I said somebody asked me why I'm doing it and why I put myself through this, and I said clout with a killer bean gif. Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's kind of fair, right? I enjoy this conversation.
Clouded up?
I need to check my numbers. I need to check my metrics. If not, I'm blocking you again.
Damn. Okay.
Thank
you for being here. I appreciate you coming on. I appreciate you trusting me to moderate. I hope
You did great. Thank you. You're less biased today. Okay.
Listen,
less biased today. Fair enough.
I am of course willing to talk. I am of course willing to talk to you again sometime if you want. We'll figure.
I'd like that. Yeah, we should chat. Okay, take care, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for having me. Bye bye. Ooh, wow, we made it. We did it. Fucking Reddit. We did it, folks. Holy fucking balls! That went on forever. My God. I am chat destroyer of streams base. What? Whoa. Holy fuck. We did it though. We did it! Hold on. We fucking did it, chatters! Let's go! Incomprehensible streaming? Yeah. That is screaming. That fucking felt incomprehensible. I think that went pretty well. Holy shit. I'm pretty chuffed with that. I think that couldn't have gone, too much better. I don't think it was like, I think it could have been more combative, but it's probably good that it wasn't. I think I took my weak points in stride, which probably was good. Yeah, I think that went pretty well, and we got fucking good viewership, dude. And yeah, Dev Mutual. Oh yeah, I gotta do that. My God, the things I do for the numbers. Messing. I'm kidding. How do I last this long? I took my Vyvanse today. So I think that might be. I took Vyvanse and I had a coffee earlier before starting the stream. So yeah, okay, I've unblocked him now. Okay, I followed him. All right. Okay. What a fucking ending, dude. What a fucking ending. My God. I'm pretty chuffed though. I'm pretty chuffed. I was anxious about that one. All the shit leading up to it. I did not know how that was gonna go at all. But it went like pretty much the best way it could have. So that's great. You did good. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I need to find my fucking stuff, dude. I lost it. It was on my desk. My desk, now it's gone. Sucks. Wait a minute. Okay, yeah. Oh shit, it's like 3:11. I did good. That's so base though. That's super giga base. But yeah, folks, if you're still around, do not forget to hit the like button if you haven't yet, or subscribe, etc., etc. There was a full-on debate happening in chat. Yeah, I saw that. I looked down at one point and I saw like, "You're so fucking stupid" or something, and I got worried. And then I realized it was because of the debate in chat. Yeah. Chat was debating. That's funny. Okay, I mean, I'm glad you folks had your your little event going on down there. Oh, holy shit, dude. That was pretty wild. That was pretty wild. I'm really quite chuffed with how I pulled that off. I think I had great optics there. I'm so pleased. Thank fucking God. There was like 10 arguments going on in chat and I couldn't keep up. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it seemed intense. I need to like get a fucking, I don't know. I don't even know what I'm gonna do. I need to like get like tranquilizers to get you guys with or something sometimes, because holy shit. It's like a fucking zoo in there sometimes. You'll need to chill. Oh my God. Okay, let's see. Did my numbers go up? Okay, we're at 1,237. I can't remember what it was before. I think I got like 7 followers out of this, I want to say. Yeah. What were the mods for that? The mods for what? What are we talking about? Oh, my stream is so far behind. Oh no. Uh-oh. You're making a list of books? Oh, cool. Cool. That's good. That's good. What are you planning on reading? If I suggest for like the young pop politics reader, you should do like fucking read some Zizek, because Zizek's great, but he's like hard to understand, but reading him is really fun because he's like really good at writing. History related stuff? Ah, fun. Yeah, I don't think I have much history related apart from like my old theory books or anything. Mostly Nazi Germany oriented stuff. Uh-oh. Red flag alert. My God. My God. Wait, let me check my thingy if I can find what I'm looking for. Oh, I found it. I'm stupid. Okay. Live max. Oh my God! Shut up, folks! Shut up! Don't you dare! Wait, do we go back into this one? Let's see. How does it sound? That's a bit too fast, isn't it? I don't know. A bit too speedy for me right now. Oh, that's like a weight off my fucking back, man. I'm so chuffed I pulled that off well. I'm so chuffed. We've been taking dubs after dubs with these debates. Like I'm feeling so I'm chilling. What Zizek's books like? They're very fun. They've got like a nice variety of different things that he like relates from like modern culture onto politics. He likes talking about pop culture a lot and that kind of thing. So it gets pretty interesting. Good debates. Yeah, I'm feeling very, very pleased with them. Oh my God. Holy shit, I'm so I'm relieved, man. I'm relieved. Like I was looking forward to this, but I was also spooked because I have no idea what to expect. Oh man. God, what a ride, man. What a fucking ride. That went so many different ways. That was actually quite interesting though, I think, right? I think I like the little educational aspect of it, you know? I mean, he's older than me. He's probably I think he's been through university and stuff. He's gonna have some more general knowledge on things, so I don't have any qualms asking about stuff, which I think is important as well. If you don't know things, you should try and own that, you know? I think you look a little bit sad if you can't admit that you don't know things, so I was very happy to learn. I think that was fun. Yeah, man, fuck yeah, holy shit. Man, that was fun. That was so fun. Okay. Yeah, what was the peak viewership there? Because that got pretty intense. I checked it at one point. I think we were at 27. It went fucking huge, dude. And that's a fucking one-on-one debate as well. So people are gonna be way more, fucking like engaged with what I'm saying rather than if I'm just on a bigger panel. Oh wait, you know what? I also wanna ask Wick if he can hook me up with a Destiny debate. Because I want to debate Destiny. Because I think Destiny is stupid. Like, he's not stupid, right? He's smart. But he's got some stupid takes that I could, like, shit on him for. And I think I wouldn't have too hard of a time doing that. And I want to try. I know that's, like, insanely ballsy, and maybe, me going in over my head. But I think I could. Oh gosh, prepare for the worst kind of hate watch. Actually, that's true. I don't know if I would want to do that to myself. But, I don't know. Because the thing is I have, like, this huge audience overlap with, like, Destiny and Vorsh and that kind of thing. So if I engage in things with that space, then it's going to be way more engaging to people who are, like, actually aware of me and my existence. Yeah. I did think that sounds huge. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think I could go for it. I think Destiny just has some very flawed stances on how to execute things, especially specifically in regards to not anti-Semitism, holy shit, trans-medicalism. I think he has really stupid opinions on, and I'd want to debate him about that. You're also a Destiny fan. Sounds like you're trying to stir conflict of interest in you. I'm sorry. If you agree with his trans-med takes, then you dislike what I'd have to say. Oh, I have lolicons on me right now. And I'm not even a content creator. That shit is stressful. I cannot imagine Destiny's hate watchers. Yeah. What can you do? What can you do? Holy shit, dude. I fucking pulled it off, though. I pulled it off. We did it, chat. We fucking did it. I don't know what he has to say on transmedicalism. I just mean in general. I'm not that anti-Destiny, you know? I just think he's a very confident person, so when he has stupid opinions, it frustrates me a lot more than people who are, like, scared to say their thing, right? Because if you have someone who's, like, super convinced that they're right, they're going to be way more convincing to other people. And Destiny is like that. He knows how to be convincing, and so when he's wrong, it's, like, way more of a problem. They thought Lolly was protected on Twitter by free speech? Damn, I should have asked Dev about that. I should have asked him. Man. Oh wait, they ended the stream as well. Okay. I am chuffed though. That went so good. That went great. Holy shit, dude. I'm sorry. I know that after every single debate, I have like, I sit there for like 15 minutes. I kind of go, holy shit, that was wild. And that's like it. But I don't know. I just need like a second for my brain to catch up. They keep saying they want to send me to the Middle East because I'm a socialist. I'm not sure if that's how it works. I got them with the free speech N-word IRL, but on Twitter ban gotcha. Real. In all fairness, it was wild. Yeah. Wait, which thing is wild? Everything. The debate? Yeah, the debate is fucking, it was pretty wild. I wasn't expecting that. I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't like that, you know? Jesus Christ. That one, I'm really chuffed with how that went now. I think yeah. You both did better than I expected. I expected him to be maybe like that. I didn't know how angry he was gonna be. When you're over a smidge base, I have more arguments, you know? I got so many good arguments to actually like prove my point. Like, fucking 80% of US extremists, not even 87% of US extremists are people who like got partially radicalized through social media, and there's been like a fucking hike in like the amount of extremism as well, and the amount of people who use fucking social media Look, social media use among US extremists has gone way up, right? And then if we look at like the rate of shootings, they've also gone way up. There's fucking very clear correlation between this awful shit, and yeah, it's pretty fucked. But yeah, I also had like a list of all a bunch of shooters who were inspired by the internet. I had stuff about the genocide of Rohingya. I had human rights. I had this thing about how the cycle of radicalization goes, which was important. Yeah, I think that was good. Sargon stuff. Here you can see all the terrible shit he said. Yeah, and then a ShortFatOtaku video that's I won't talk about because it's old and I don't want to necessarily dig up some shit right after debating someone like that and trying to be amicable. I kind of want to ask you a question I have from the call-in section, but I don't want to keep you. Oh no, go ahead. Tell me. I always spend like a good I don't know 5, 10, 15 minutes at the end of the stream just sitting hanging out. So feel free, hit me. What's up? It was a slow news day in UK lol. We basically we had one of the 3 main stories domestically be about a tree chopped down by a 16-year-old. Oh, wasn't it that one nice tree though? Wasn't it the one like iconic tree from those pictures that everyone knows? Because that was nice. I felt sorry for the tree, you know. Sargon, little boys can't be raped. Oh boy, it was historic, but is a tree? I don't know. Trees are pretty cool. What measures would you take to ensure whatever body regulates hate speech doesn't get corrupted / power hungry? Probably a controlling body, like just one that's like exists in order to make sure that the others don't overstep. I mean, you can always be like, what if they get corrupted? And you know, you have to have mechanisms in order to try and prevent that. But yeah, just have them have people who are verifying that what they remove is actually appropriate, and also have them have a functional appeal system. That's like a big part of the EU law when it comes to internet censorship, is that they make it very clear that you have to have a functional way to get your account back if they do overstep, right? So that is like a big part of the responsibilities though. Checks and balances, yeah. Opinion of book banning as it pertains to disinfo and radicalization. I don't know. I think that depends. I don't think that books are as dangerous as seeing people talking loudly and confidently about something. Yeah, I don't know. I think that probably shouldn't ban books if you can avoid it. I don't know. It depends. Anyways, I'm heading out. Nice not Mr. Streamer time. Thanks for having me. Yeah, thank you for coming. I appreciate you dropping by. You've been a very nice chatter to have. I wish we were still in the EU. Sad laborers too spineless to support rejoining. Really? They're not even fucking saying that? That's depressing. Holy shit. I need to like read through on everything about English politics. I've switched off from that a little bit because it's fucking tiring. I mean, a lot of politics is tiring, right? But I can only watch so many countries collapse at once. But I need to educate myself on all the English shit before I go, so I don't seem like an idiot. But yeah, it's gonna be fun. Moving over in January. I mean, maybe December. I don't know. December, January. I'm pumped though. It's gonna be fun. New country. I mean, not new country. Returning to a country that I used to be in. But I know. Yeah, no. I'm going to London for the first time in October next month. I'm gonna go with my mum because we're going to the University Open Day. Yeah, we're also gonna spend a day in London, which is pretty cool. So I'm excited for that. Like the next time I see Labour on the news, I guarantee is another U-turn. Oh no. That's promising. Love parties which you can't predict and they just kind of do whatever. My god. Okay, folks. All right, I'm gonna take this. Then we talk for a little bit longer, and I think we tune out. Wow. Look at this. Look at this evil fucker. Wait, I gotta find the copium gif. Where is it? Okay. Alright, we're mutuals now, folks. It's happened. What a strange turnaround. I got owned. I got owned so hard. Socialism, finally. Yeah. Okay, that's chill though. That's chill. Friendship arc? Maybe. I don't know. It's hard to read, you know? It's hard to read because I like having friends. I like being nice people. Go like the tweet, by the way. Lurker just did. Thank you, Lurker. I like being friends with people. I don't like being friends with pieces of shit, but I like trying to help people get better opinions. And I also like having people who have contradicting opinions to me around. I just don't like it when they're pieces of shit. So we'll see how long it lasts, you know? I think he could probably be chill for a while, but I don't think that would last forever. I think it probably wouldn't take too long for me to see something that I would be like, you know? You like being opinionated? I feel you. Hard to read Max illiterate arc? Shut up. I'm talking about my autism, okay? But I don't know. I think this is an incredibly mutually beneficial thing. I mean, for me especially, right? Oh my god, we ratioed him. We ratioed him, folks. This is a fucking W. Nice job. Oh, the wrong one. Let's go. Let's go. We got him. Okay, folks. All right. I think it's time to tune out. I appreciate you so much for dropping by. I think this was a pretty fat W. Went as well as it could, I believe. And we say winning. Cheers, folks. Thanks for being here. See you next time. Bye.
Wet ass P word.